Hey there, adventure. Welcome. I'm GM Goblin, and we're going to explore the best in tabletop gaming. Today, I'm here to talk to you about probably my all-time favorite RPG system, Pathfinder 1st Edition. Whether you're a seasoned gamer or just dipping your toes into the world of tabletop role-playing, Pathfinder 1E has something for everyone. Do you enjoy the reward of your mechanical know-how? Maybe you wish you could play a specific kind of character, but other games don't seem to have the right thing. Well, I'm sure we can take care of you. In this video, I'll cover why you should play Pathfinder 1st Edition and what you need as a player or GM, if you're so lucky. So let's dive in and find what makes this game so special and why you should definitely give it a try. Remember, like and subscribe to both channels, GM Goblin and Goblin Plays. Check me out on Twitch. Check the links below and join our Discord. And visit me over on Patreon for macros, GM tools, and extra content you find on GM Goblin. Now, a lot of people have gone less mainstream with their TTRPGs this last year or so, with the OGL debacle and some companies using AI instead of real writers and artists. This may be why I have seen so many people rushing around on forums and Reddits, new people trying out Pathfinder 1st Edition. But before we get started, don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment below sharing your favorite Pathfinder 1st Edition memory if you have one, or questions, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next video. Well, one of the standout features with Pathfinder 1st Edition is its incredible depth to its character customization. The game uses a D20 system that you know and love and have for years. But where Pathfinder really shines is its character creation and your development. Pathfinder 1E encourages creativity and allows for a high degree of player agency. You can craft complex backstories, devise unique strategies to your character, and truly make him your own. Imagine being able to build a character exactly the way you want. With Pathfinder 1E, you can choose from a wide variety of races, classes, archetype, which break down and can completely change how a class feels. Feats, skills. You want to play a spell-slinging Cursed Shadow Elf with alternate racial lineages, sorcerer with undead bloodline? Go for it. How about a stealthy rogue who specializes in disabling magical traps from across the room? You got it. You want to be your favorite elemental wielding bald kid, setting out on a hilarious adventure with antics along with your friends in hopes of possibly saving the world? Yeah, you can kind of do that too. Using different stats for skills or abilities, casting, traits, the possibilities are nearly endless. And that's what makes every game session unique and exciting, even after all these years I've been playing. Another reason to love Pathfinder 1st Edition is the rich lore and world building that comes with it, and from diving into this new setting if it's your first time. The game is set in the fantastical world of Golarion, a place brimming with diverse cultures and deities and epic adventures and history. Whether you want to explore ancient ruse of Osirian, navigate the political intrigue of Taldor, or battle demons in the World Wound, there's a deep story waiting for you. Its locations and bestiary have taken inspiration from all over our world and brought to life in Golarion, providing relations to real-life folklore and fairy tales with challenging and unique beasts brought to us from tabletops of the past even. Monsters in the bestiary come with not only in-depth description and a lot of character in their functionality and how they work, but also most of the time have not only appearance descriptions, so we know how to introduce them to our characters, but also many times insights into the creatures themselves that will help us as game masters integrate them into the world so it's seamless. And the adventure paths, or APs, if you're looking around on Reddit after this, are well written, take you from usually 1 to 17 or 20 in many cases, which is a rarity in a lot of the new modules. And I have found them very easy to run during my games. Even being able to set them up for my players in minutes or during breaks at work, getting down what I need for them. Their APs have inspired video games and people too scared to try out new systems into making their personal goal to bring said modules, like Rise of the Rune Lord, to other settings because of how well they were written and how iconic, or how much they fell in love with them when they first went through them. In fact, some of your favorite groups that say play on Thursdays got their start with characters, world, and lore in Pathfinder. Paizo has published tons of source books, adventure paths, and modules that provide detailed settings and thrilling plots. This means that you have a treasure trove of content to draw from, making it easy to keep your campaigns fresh and engaging for years. One of the complaints with the Pathfinder system is there's too much math, too many rules. Well, the answer to too many a mechanical question you want can probably be found with the assistance of the search function or a jaunt through still breathing forums. It is also what can hold the lawyer arguments at bay. Knowing there is a rule for most things when the complaints come in is a way to fall on solid ground when you're a wayward game master, or change it, you roll from the hips. Having 10 years of background to build on has helped solidify those rules into a stable system for your players and you to build on. You've played multiple games, or like I have in multiple D&D editions over the decades, the layout will seem very familiar. Instead of the easy but hard cap of advantage or disadvantage on most things, there's a scale that is far more forgiving and allows you to make up for the differences. Plus, all game systems have their sets of rules that we occasionally have to look up, no matter who you are. And since most things can be contained in a numerical 2, 4, or 5 range, it makes it easy to remember and to use that as a general rule just on the fly. And do you like magical items? Maybe you want more than a few your DM hands out by the time you've reached double digits. Magic items in Pathfinder, though expected, are customizable and prolific. You want to actually sell your magical items and get things that you really want? Go for it. It's expected. Allowing that old feel of carrying around wealth and power, along with the considerable gains that it adds to your character, or the lore and the history that comes with finding and getting to carrying around all of these magical items or relics, and have a story to attach to your character with them, and them still not break the game. Character gains is one thing that I think makes Pathfinder feel like my characters and my players progress compared to some of the other systems that we play. Average damage per round, the average AC moving more than a few points beyond where you start at level 1. AC and attack for monsters seem greater and are greater in Pathfinder. There is a far bigger scale than just HP from level 1 to level 20, and I've played all of them. You see so much different from where you start in your early levels and where you end. It just feels like your journey has come so far and your character has grown so much mechanically, on top of all of the time that you've spent and all of the RPing that you've been able to cultivate. But I know some people, they don't like jumping around new systems, or they've gone through all the different books, or they've bought one system and another. But if you want to play a new system, you're not going to have to spend a lot of money. Not a single cent, actually. You want to look over the rules, classes, and all available content outside of the actual adventure paths. You can just look online. Head over to d20pfsrd.com or the archives of Nethys. Both have everything from the official rules that were first printed in the player's handbooks to third-party material. Everything you need to make characters and look up all the rules. It will have every item, every monster, every feat, every class and archetype with reference to where it came from and all linking abilities you need right there on those websites. And I know people that have played Pathfinder for years, don't have a single book. And if you like what you see, you can still get the books 15 years later in some cases. You can get them to print from Amazon, or you can find them on eBay or used bookstores. If you're just going to be a player and you want an actual book, just grab the player's handbook and you will have everything you need, from core character options to all the rules you need to play, along with equipment and money systems. It will have everything you need. And then you can still jump into Pathfinder content on PFSRD or Nethys and deep dive if you want character build that's not in the core book. On the GM side, pick up the Game Master Guide and a Bestiary as well, and you will be set. Just those books, and you can give your party of friends endless weekends of adventure. You can always start off following a tried and true AP like Rise of the Rune Lord or one of the many others. Or work those rules and some of the one-shots or adventures, maybe even one of the Goblins, into your own world. Whether you're a veteran gamer or a curious newcomer, there's something in Pathfinder 1e for everyone. Grab your dice, gather your friends, and embark on a journey like no other. Thanks for watching. And if you've enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe for more tabletop content, and until next time, happy adventuring. Welcome, adventurer. I'm GM Goblin, and today we will spin you a tale more mechanical in nature, something near and dear to most min-maxer and power gamer hearts alike. Tier lists. That's right. Today we're going to go over a tier list for Pathfinder 1st Edition classes. So stay tuned, see where your favorite class stacks up, and know what you're going to be playing next time you sit at the table. So I know this can be a hot topic. So if you have disagreement, or maybe you think I missed something, take it up in the comments section below. Remember to like and subscribe to catch my next video, and maybe I'll do a retake if you can prove me wrong. So to start us off, let's get a scale. If you're old, like me, you may notice that the grade system we used has a S at the top nowadays. Fun fact, this comes from what I know is a Japanese grading system, meaning special or excellent. Just a little FYI. Now, if you want to cut this short, if we want to cut this video short, then this is all you need to know. S is going to be your full 9th level casters, all prepared. That's going to be like your wizards, your clerics, your druids. They are all considered S tier. A is going to be your full casters, spontaneous. Your B, your partial casters, like your magus and the like. C, non-casters that are some of the more powerful classes, along with like your quarter casters like paladins or rangers. And then followed by non-casters. There you go. Guess we can technically end it now. Now, really though, this starts off as kind of going as a generalization. And I hold this to a lot of tier lists as well. The reason I say this is, what if you want to do something specific? So this tier list is kind of a general idea for what you'll find on a forum or a Reddit somewhere when you look up tier lists for Pathfinder 1st Edition. The reason they do this is because solving problems, the ability to solve a large array of problems, is kind of what they're going with. Therefore, your prepared casters, having access to a large number of spells or books, they are considered S-class because from day to day, they can prepare new spells that change how they're going to participate or how they're going to solve problems for the next day. Meanwhile, spontaneous casters, things like oracles or sorcerers, you're going to be pulling from a selected list. Even though you might get to cast more spells, you can't change that list. So if your spells are based for the high seas and you wind up into the desert, it limits you. That's true. I still have an extremely fond love for spontaneous casters. Also, not all, but most or a lot of spontaneous casters get their spells one level later than what, say, a wizard would have. This also is a big drawback for people. I think in most cases you fare well enough, so it's not a big deal, especially if, like me, you end up going into later levels with all your guys. Your partial casters like Maguses, they kind of end up having a list of spells that they can use to get them out of certain situations, and it gives them a little bit of ability to take care of random situations, but they're usually focused more on something. Same thing when it comes to your more melee casters. When you look at a ranger or a paladin, their spells are limited, so they're considered to be harder to deal with the random situation in dealing with some kind of task. And the same thing goes for basic old fighter, which would probably be considered either class C or D. And the reason for this is because even though they can specialize and they're good at combat and you can do all these cool things with the million feats that you get, you have the limitation of spells. But as I said, I believe that the tier list really comes down to what you want to play and what you're looking for. My wife, who does not like super complicated spellcasters, does not want to play a wizard. And so she might play a magus. She can grab a few utility spells, push everything into damage spells, call it a day. She is a good class. She can do little things. She can teleport the party. She can cast haste. But while some people might not think it as the perfect full caster S tier class, depending on what you're doing, it might outclass most of your casters. My wife had a monk in a campaign where she was the only non-spellcaster, and she could take out the entire party in melee attacks in one round. She could jump like 60 feet and still get her full attack action. She, by the end of it, was resistant to magic, and she could bounce spells back. She could attack from a football field away. I mean, she wasn't a spellcaster, but for what she wanted to do, she could do some amazing things. And I think people need to realize that just saying that you want to be S-class, so you're going to be a full spellcaster, do a whole lot of damaging spells, then maybe you want to specialize. Maybe you should be that sorcerer instead of the wizard, if that's where you're going to put everything anyway. And so I think when it comes down to it, you need to decide what you want to play and work on fulfilling that goal from there. One thing that I always try to do with my players is when they want something and they have this idea, I go through and I help them find the options to make that idea not only come to life, but to make it functional and mechanical
so that they feel like they're playing an S-class version of whatever they're doing. That way they don't get taken over by the monk that just really wants to hide in the shadows, jump out, and deal a bunch of damage. So I say, like with most of these lists, take it with a grain of salt. Instead, make you a list for what you want and what you're looking for in a class. And then try and make that as good as you possibly can. There's 1,000,001 builds that you can do in Pathfinder. And maybe that's one thing that I'll start doing, is making specific classes, like for a druid or fighter or wizard, and give you what is considered on the internet the best archetypes for that classes or for that class. It's a lot easier to do that because you're already narrowing down what you want to be. Figuring out the best way to make your envisioned class, your character, come to life. And have him being S tier is much easier. I think people will be a lot happier knowing that they can create an awesome character, doing almost anything you want, as long as you're willing to put a little work into it. If you like this video, check out my others. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. If you have any tips or requests, drop them in the comments below. And until next time, may your crits be epic, your adventures legendary, and your gaming table filled with laughter. Welcome back. I am GM Goblin, and remember to hit that like button. Wait, do you have an action left? Don't know? Well, you're in luck. Grab your dice, sharpen your pencils, and let's embark on a journey to master the art of actions in the tabletop RPG, Pathfinder. Now, whether you are a seasoned player or a new adventurer eager to unravel the mysteries of combat, understanding the action economy is the lifeblood of any good adventuring party and the bane to any outnumbered monster. It is where every move, every spell, and every snack break counts. Now actions. Actions define what we do during a combat round. A combat round being estimated 6 seconds, of course. But what are they, and why don't we worry about them outside of combat? So outside of combat, we don't really worry about you taking an action, since there's no pressure, no combat, no competition that you have to worry about. I mean, we consider a round, which is where your actions take place, to be 6 seconds long. So outside of a stressful situation like combat, have hundreds, thousands of these a day. In fact, you have 14,400 rounds in a day. We can't keep you on a combat tracker that long, now can we? So we only worry about these things during encounters, and don't worry if you take 6 seconds or 12 to light the fire to brew your morning coffee. So our actions in Pathfinder 1e come in 6 different flavors. Standard action, move action, full round action, swift action, immediate actions, and free actions. Now don't be discouraged as I run through the description of these, as I will provide a link for the table that shows these actions for easy reference in the comments section below. Also, be advised, everything I tell you in general is the rule, not the exception. There are many exceptions in Pathfinder, but they coincide with abilities or feats and specify the exception in the description. So let's get started. A standard action allows you to do something. Make an attack, cast a spell, aid another player, channel energy, dismiss a spell, draw hidden weapons, drink a potion, escape, a grapple, light a torch, read a scroll, or ready one of those types of action. Mostly it is considered that if it should require some kind of action or activation, it is probably going to take the actual action unless it states otherwise. You will find multiple times where there is an activation for an item in a module or a book. Generally, it takes a standard action, even if it was forgotten to be mentioned in the description. Next, we have a move action. These are either move, that's move up to your full movement for the round, regardless of the type, whether it's flying or something else, or something that takes a similar amount of time. Standing up from prone, retrieve a stored item, unsheathing a weapon. This can also be done along with your movement for the turn, as long as you have a base attack bonus of +1 or greater. Same thing for sheathing a weapon. Mounting, dismounting, or controlling a frightened mount, or picking up an item. Next, we have full round actions. A full round action consumes all of your effort during a round. The only movement you can do during a full round action is a 5-foot step before, during, or after this action. You can also perform a swift and free actions along with full round actions. Now, there are some full round actions that do not allow you to take a 5-foot step or movement of any kind, or perform that full round action instead as an action. These, like I said, are the exception. Like all exceptions, you will find they will have this listed in their description of the action or ability that the exception is. But full round actions are your full round attacks, which consist of all your attacks, iteratives, and so on that you're allowed to take. It also can be a charge, which is a double movement, moving twice your normal speed that you are allowed for that turn, and making a single attack. A coup de grace, which is an automatic hit against a helpless opponent that is also an automatic crit. And if they survive that, they also have to make a fortitude save or die. You can light a torch. Loading of some weapons requires a movement action. The run move, which moves you in a straight line up to 4 times your movement speed or 3 times your movement speed if you are in heavy armor. And then we also have the full round action, withdraw. When you withdraw, you can move up to double your speed. The square you start out in is not considered threatened by an opponent you can see, and therefore visible enemies do not get attacks of opportunity against you. That'll come up later. When you move from that square, invisible enemies still get attacks of opportunity against you, and you can't withdraw from combat if you're blinded. You can't take a 5-foot step during the same round in which you make a withdraw action. Moving out of a threatened square, other than the starting one, will still provoke attacks of opportunity like normal. Next, we're going to have the swift action. A swift action consumes a very small amount of time, but it represents a use of effort or energy resources that a free action does not. You have only one swift action per turn. Many class abilities require swift actions to perform. Casting a quickened spell uses a swift action. Some spells are normally cast as a swift action. Also, along with spells, unlike some other editions, there are no limit per turn to the number of actual spells you can cast, as long as you have actions in which to cast them appropriately. Next, we have a immediate action. Immediate actions are like a swift action, but may happen at any point, including when it is not your turn in the round. Now, using your immediate action uses up your swift action for the coming turn. So using your immediate action outside of your turn means that your swift action on the coming turn is going to be used up. And just to double check, that also means that if you have something that's an immediate action during your turn, it can be used as a swift action unless it has some kind of trigger, like being attacked or something, during your turn. Next, we have free actions. Free actions consume so very small amount of time and effort, you can perform one or more of them while taking other actions during your turn. You can cease concentrations on spells, drop items to the ground, drop yourself to the floor, prone, prepare spell components, or focus to cast a spell. Release a grapple. Talking, all of these are subject to the GM, though, as you perform these actions. You can swap items from one hand to another, but not 100 times. Nor can you deliver an epic speech all within 6 seconds. It should always be remembered that we consider a round where all of these actions are being taken place to happen in 6-second time frame. Before we move on, we will cover one more action that I will touch on later during combat as well, and that is the attack of opportunity. The reason we need to cover on it now is because the table I will give you will also have whether each action that you are able to take, along with the type of action it requires, if it provokes an attack of opportunity. So an attack of opportunity happens in melee combat when an opponent lets their guard down. So they open themselves up to the enemies around them, allowing them to take advantage of their lapse in defense to get a free melee attack. Normally, this can only happen once in a round. So if you're fighting someone or a monster and it uses its attack of opportunity for the round, a lot of times, especially at early levels, this is its only attack of opportunity for its round until after it has already had its turn again. This, like I mentioned earlier, is the rule generally, but there are things that can change this and give monsters and players multiple attacks of opportunity in one round. But there are two kinds of actions that can provoke attacks of opportunity: moving out of a threatened square and performing certain actions while within a threatened square. A threatened square being a square within normal melee reach of an opponent, so they'd be able to hit you normally. Moving out of a threatened square provokes an attack of opportunity unless you are only taking a 5-foot step or you use a withdraw action, both, as we mentioned earlier, in movement. Now, some actions provoke attacks of opportunity while still within the threatened square, due to that action diverting your attention from the battle. These things include attacking with a ranged weapon, casting a spell, drinking a potion, reading a scroll, use of spell-like abilities, loading some weapons like certain crossbows, delivering a coup de grace, standing up from prone, and running. Thanks for joining me on this adventure through the world of Pathfinder. I hope you've enjoyed our deep dives into this fantastic game. If you want more Pathfinder content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring that notification bell so you never miss an episode. If you have any tips or requests, put them in the comments below and check out my other videos. Until next time, may your crits be epic, your adventures legendary, and your gaming table filled with laughter. Remember, the realm of Pathfinder, the only limit, your imagination.
Remember, like and subscribe to both channels, GM Goblin and Goblin Plays. Check me out on Twitch. Check the links below and join our Discord. And visit me over on Patreon for macros, GM tools, and extra content you find on GM Goblin. Welcome, Adventure. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin. And today I'm going to try once again, because it's my second time, to tell a story about why I think Pathfinder, specifically in my case, Pathfinder 1, tells a better hero story than the other guy. And if you've seen any of my videos, and maybe you're looking to see if there's any kind of special mechanics or anything like that, then you're going to notice that in my other videos, I've mentioned this. It doesn't matter the setting. It doesn't matter the game mechanics or the edition, whether it's D&D or 5th edition or 5e, whatever. Your character can still be amazing. He can still be an amazing character, and you can still progress the same character in any storyline. But I'm going to show you why I think, especially for Marshall, why I prefer Pathfinder. So if you've ever played 5e, and more than anyone has, it's got the biggest boom that we've ever had into the hobby since forever. But first level fighter, this is just the wiki. Then you're going to notice, you've got your abilities each level. You've got your proficiency bonus, which increases up to +6. And, everything looks fine. The problem is, when you look at a system like Pathfinder, oops, let's see if I can put this out in front of you guys. So as you can see over here, we have got what's called the base attack bonus. And it's one of my big things whenever you look at 5e and Pathfinder, why I think your progression to some demi-human by the time you reach level 20 is so much more apparent for Pathfinder than it is in 5th edition. And now, unless you're going to be like a circle druid and be able to morph and never be able to die unless you get one-rounded. Casters still get a lot of cool effects, and you can still cast a wish and everything by level 20. But I think marshals get completely screwed. And here's why. That is a 5e character. You see the proficiency bonus, which is just like the base attack bonus or what it replaced. Now it gets added to other things, but regardless. And so this is your attack. So this is your armor class of, as far as I can remember, the highest damage monster, or the highest AC monster in 5e. Tiamat. Oldie but a goodie. She has 25 armor class, 615 HP, all her stats, everything like that. Let's see. She's going to have a +19. This is going to be important later on too. But she'll have a +19 to hit. Okay, that's fine. Hits kind of hard, not too bad for 5e, I guess. But here's my problem. So this is a first level character. Okay, first level fighter, not a big deal. 19 AC, that's pretty good. Probably better than what you're going to have if you just start off whenever you do Pathfinder, at least in a lot of cases. Your attack bonus is +5. Your strength is 17. Hey, but all of these can improve, right? Okay, so 20 levels later, don't ask where I got this character sheet. Just found it online. And this is a Dragonborn fighter, level 20. The increased constitution, strength should be higher. You can get a little bit higher than this. His longsword, it's +10. Now, in all reality, you're probably going to be able to, a more optimized character, be up to like +15. But wait, what's this? It's armor class. I believe my wife had a paladin that we got up into the 13s, and I gave out more magical items than I should have. Everyone had legendary something or another by the time it was all done. I think it was 14 actually. And it's 21. Low 20s is what you can expect for an armor class for a PC in 5e. And I mean, you get second wind, which is awesome. You get the ability to action surge, which is really cool ability. I love that they gave them that. But you're starting off 19, and then you're getting low 20s by the time you hit level 20. Now, I know you got a lot more HP. That's good. But it shows that there's a lot of this slogging when it comes to 5th edition, where it's just an HP exchange. Now, even at 15 attack, which is what this probably should be, you're going to have a 50-50 chance to be able to even hit Tiamat. Okay, that's fine. But she's got 19. I bet even a more optimized character, you're probably going to be looking at, if you roll a 5 or better than a 5 on the GM's dice, you're looking at 75% hit chance you're going to hit your NPCs. Okay. But I don't see that there is as big of a progression from this to this. I mean, like I said, you can be an amazing character that everyone loves and, you know, showed progression. But just like little Sam, you were not going to appear to have progressed too much. Because when you start, you have like 20% chance, depending on your build, to hit this to begin with. And then with luck, when you hit level 20, you're going to have a 50% chance of hitting this because of the AC. I just don't think, especially spells aside, because spells are spells and everyone loves them. But spells aside, I don't see how martials really feel like you progress like you do in Pathfinder. I just don't feel that there's that character progression like you see. Let me show you this. So we have got 2 characters, and these are kineticists because I just pulled them up. But these characters, and the same actually would be for if I showed you a first and higher level build for a melee. But level 13, not even level 20, and level 1. HPs are different. A lot of HP. This class builds off of it, though. But all the attributes continue to go up. 5e, generally you have a cap at 20. So you're never going to have more than a 5 bonus there. There's a few exceptions that can get you a little higher. Belts, specific magic items, stuff like that. But in general, that's what you're going with. And then you can get up. I've seen my guys hit level 20 and have a 40, 42 something to their decks or something like that. So it's up and up. You get better gear. You have that horde that you rated, and it is turned into a plethora of magical items that all give you enhancement. And you've got just as many, if not more, abilities as you go through. And then combat. His attack, I don't think he has any buffs on, it's at plus 23. And I mean, that's pretty common. When you hit a 20th level character, like my wife's monk, where is it? This is her level 20 character. This is her martial. These are her stats. Oh, look, 42, just like I said. Vast improvement. She had 55 AC when she finished this character up. And she had 234 AC or HP. And then her combat, she was plus 36 to her attack. And that is actually low because I believe she had a plus 5 weapon. So I believe she was at plus 41. I mean, her character was a beast, but I actually think the paladin, war priest, had a higher attack than she did. She still had all the feats, more so than what you're going to be getting in 5e. And the difference between her at first level and her at this are night and day. And I just feel that when you're playing a game and you want to see yourself level up, that you want to feel the difference between this and this. I mean, you can still tell a story of how you defeated a dragon and everything. But the difference is you're only looking at a little bit of attack difference. HP is the biggest thing with 5e. So it's basically just a slog for trading hit points. And your AC is a little higher. So when I started 5e, long time ago, we did, I think it was Rise of the Dragon Queen or something like that. And I have behind me. I played a Tabaxi rogue. Well, at the very beginning of this campaign, you fight a blue dragon. Well, my GM let me attempt to sneak attack at level 1, and I used a ballista that I had previously fixed. Massive damage. Yeah, it was great. And in either edition, we could have lived through that and damaged it, and then she could have left and everything. But like, it was a lot of damage. And I'm not sure if I ever surpassed that or barely surpassed it by the time I got to higher levels. It's just the fact that when you look at what you're looking at for fighting at the end, whoops, no, get rid of that. Then I just feel that you just have this greater feel, this advancement. When you play Pathfinder or Pathfinder 2nd Edition, you just feel like your character has progressed from this to this. You feel like you're no longer the tiny little warrior that came from a small town. Now you're known by legend and name across the land. That there's no way what you used to be could be compared to what you are now. And maybe what you will be tomorrow. But that's just me. And either way, hope you're around a table this weekend. Good luck. Welcome, adventurers. I'm GM Goblin. And today I'm going to take you into one of my Foundry games, or a couple of them actually. And I'm going to show you how I use my Foundry. I had a request to show them how they would use the game, similar to one of the other VTTs that they use, to see if it was worth them transferring over. So I'm going to answer that question and make a small little comparison between what I do and the different ways that you can run your game by using Foundry VTT. Now, as you can see, if you've ever used Foundry, this is just one of my setups. Sure, I don't have any weird names from any of my people in here. And this is the setup that I use to play my at-home games, which I play on a table that I have built. And so I run these maps off of Foundry, and then my players are able to go through the maps that I make or find, and we run our games that way. I use figures on top of glass, and they move around, and then I reveal the map, much in the same way that you would do at your home game. The only difference is I don't have to draw as we're going, so it saves me time during exploration, and I also don't have to lay down things to hide other parts of my map or keep them to the side. Instead, I can have my entire map set up, and then slowly I can reveal them. So, as you can see, this is what I see from this view. Whether you're going to use this like your free Roll20, which was the question that was asked me, because they were thinking of moving over, but they weren't sure on how to set it up. I have another player that wants to try running their own game using Foundry, and this is one of the options that I gave them. Very much like Roll20, if you've ever used it, you can put down a map, you throw down your tokens, you set the fog of war, which this is set, as we can see from what my players can see. They can only see this because this is all that I've removed for them. Now, this is what my players see, and then they put on top of the screen their figures, and then they move them around. As a GM, if we were going to run something like a game with Roll20, the players would have this, and they could simply move their characters about, assuming you've given them ownership. There you go. Now with ownership, your players can run around with their characters just like you would on your free Roll20 as well as some others. You can only see what your GM has revealed to you, what your character is supposed to be able to only see at the time. And then, of course, you still have your character sheet. Now, this is in 5e because my 5e game is the one that I mostly run at my house. And so this is the one that I would show to set up. But this one allows you to move up. And then whenever they get to a doorway or whenever they try to look in some direction, just like normal, we're going to, as a GM, reveal for them. Now, over here on the left-hand side, we are going to have a few little tricks when it comes to Fog of War. Simple fog. Simple Fog is one of the modules that I use with Foundry to allow me to do this. There's a few, I'll show them to you shortly, but just as an example, I can reveal what my player can see all the way back to the back wall, just like we would if we were using Roll20, which I used for years, or if we were going to use a map revealing at the house. And another thing that I can do is reveal notes, as well as let your players use notes if they're going to use this on something like a Roll20 game. And then they can take their character and then they can move in and stuff, and that's okay. So by playing it like this, you give your players the ability to move around just like you would in Roll20. You can set it up just as easy. And really, outside of the base game, you're only going to need a few modules. Now, though I have a few more than is needed, I only have a few for this game. Automated animations, in case I want to automate a spell effect or something for my table. If you're playing this like Roll20, it's going to be another one of those things that the more you add, the more you're going to get out of it. So even if you play like Roll20 and you want to reveal only what your players see, you could still add things like automated animations where their spell effects go off, whatever. But the main things that you want to look for is right here, Simple Fog. Simple Fog is the one that allows me to take a blank map, put it on my canvas, and then I can click on these settings over here that allow me to link what I do. As you see, it doesn't move. Then whenever I link it, it moves. This allows me to completely control it on my table. So my table only sees what I want. But if you're rolling Roll20, or you want to play like Roll20, leave it off. Your players can roam around. You can move around the map. It's the same thing. And you still got all the other integrations with as much as you want, depending on your setting. Like I said, this is in 5e. I can do this exact same thing and have with Pathfinder 1e, which is the game that I really like to play the most with it. But that's all you need. Simple Fog and whatever you need for that specific setting, whether it's 5e or Pathfinder, and you're good to go. You can pretty much play with it like that, and you're going to be able to run basically what you did with Roll20. And if you're like me and have a table, you can roll it like that. But if you want to add a little more to it, then we go to what we can do with it with running it how its base is set up in Foundry. And this is your normal Foundry, just more or less. I have a few more things running right now, but nothing that's going to change the experience at all. As we can see, I've given my other character screen access to this token. This token means that they can move it around and they have access to the character sheets, and they can control the token, and that's good and all. But as you can see, the view changes with the character. And so this means that there's a lot more submersion to it, and this is standard with Foundry. Now, the only problem is, like I was telling them, that you have to set up walls. As you can see, I've put walls throughout all this, some of them being doors, walls, and all it is a click and a drag. No big deal. It's something that you get real accustomed to, and there's little tricks to it. But that is your basic for setting up walls. And it allows your characters to have much more submersion. And this was with it set at day. It also has automatically integrated into it the ability to do lights. So if I go over here, I hit darkness, and we see a little bit of dimming on my end. On his end, there's more. And depending on what we have for lights, it can be even better or it can be worse. Turning on more lights, it's going to give my player more lights. And then if they're a human and you turn out all the lights, I actually don't remember what this guy is, then they're going to be in the dark. And they're really in the dark. So I've used this with several of my players when they first got in there. And I'll add some very dim lighting for street lamps and stuff. But when a player runs into that dark cave and they're a human and they can't see, oh, well, that's cool. Normally we are like, oh, what do I see? What do I feel this? Or if it's a map, you know, oh, you've got to show me something. Well, when they turn off those lights, they can't see anything. Same thing whenever you have an ability where they go blind. If a character goes blind, then he's blind. Everything is off. And so it's really cool, like I said, for that submersion with your players so that you can add a whole lot more depth of field to the game. And that's just basic Foundry. And it's one of the reasons that we moved to this without having to pay any monthly fees for Roll20. Because I know Roll20, once you pay for it, you get that. But I paid $50 for this. And then I've used it for years now. And I love it. One of the other things that I like to do is to add things like this. This allows me to put tons of tokens all on a combat tracker. And normally they have their own little window over here, so you don't have to worry about it. But this allows me to put everyone on a combat tracker. And then I can roll, or the players can roll, and then we can just hit play and get right into combat. And it tells you when you're up, and it'll tell you when you're next. But, you know, that's with an add-on for the carousel, and it'll do sound, and it'll do the markers. So, I mean, there's little things that you can do with just adding a module or two to make the gaming experience so much better. And then you don't have to do some of the other things that I do, which I do automations for traps and all sorts of stuff. But to keep it easy, you can either grab one thing for Fog of War and run your maps blank like you do on Roll20, and you can still add lights and stuff and do funny stuff with that too. Or you can just use stock, add some walls real quick, like I've got here, and boom, you have an inn, a building, a cave, totally submersive. Your players will love it. And none of your players have to pay for it. They all go into your computer as a server, or I use Forge for other reasons. And so that's it. It's great. Hope that answers the question to the guy that asked it to me. And any other questions, leave them in the comments below. And whether it's Forge or Pathfinder, Pf1e especially, and I'll see if I can answer them. Welcome, adventurers. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin, and today I'm going to give a small review over the first real Pathfinder AP that I ever ran with my wife and friends. I actually just have another video that I may have already come out yet that had a rundown of her character, and that is Rise of the Rune Lords. Rise of the Rune Lords came out, it was one of their first APs, really. I actually think it was written for 3.5, if I remember right. But we used the anniversary edition. It was published in, I think started in Dragon Magazine or something, and it had 3.5 in mind. I will say that one thing I will add to this is at first it's not a problem, but as you advance on, I think a competent party, or especially if you have a bunch of min-maxers, will not have much of a problem through most of your game. I actually ran Pathfinder by using a list on the Paizo forums, which you can still find. And you can either look up this right here, or you're going to be able to, I think I'll just leave it in the comments below. But it is designed to run the anniversary edition for 4, 5, or even 6 players. And so it was really good after a couple levels for me to be able to advance my party and be able to really challenge them. So most of the time, my poor guys were running as if they were 6 players instead of 4. But, you know, that's what you get for letting me GM. But I really had a lot of fun with Rise of the Rune Lords. Like most of your modules, when it comes to Paizo, they put in a lot of information that no one's going to really have, but allows you to kind of weave things into it that normally you wouldn't. It's got a decent hook at the beginning. In fact, We Was Goblins starts as the opposing side for your first encounters for this. And it all takes part and takes point in a small little town. That's another thing is Standpoint. It gets you to know the area. You get to like some of the NPCs. You meet Amiko. It is a fantastic adventure. It introduces you to either allies or that you will have later on in the campaign or in an additional campaign that you can see because they use the same characters. And really, it's just really well done in that aspect. It is sad that you leave Sandpoint behind for the most part, but let's be honest, a sleepy little town outside of Magnamar, you're probably not going to be able to spend 17 full levels there, but it runs through. I will have to say, I will probably have a few things that you may not want to hear if you're going to run through this. If you're a GM, stick around. If you just want my opinion, leave your comments below about what you thought of running the adventure. And we'll go with one of the first problems that I really had, which I had to deal with, which was dealing with the Shallowtail Festival and everything. Everything was fine. Your goblins. The Greater Barghest was my problem. And yeah, I know you have a few levels to go. You're fighting goblins at first, and then you get to run around and be the little town heroes. You meet Aldern Foxglove. I screwed this up just a little bit, so I had to change the story slightly because I didn't pay much attention. But either way, it's a great way to just introduce everyone. You have some kind of creepy things that you can do, and I kind of creep them out with the things I did with a kid and a goblin underneath the house boards and everything as you're cleaning up the town. But it's done really well, meeting each of the different characters to get your information, to get you running around. Paizo, I think, really do write the best APs. We went through Glassworks and all that, getting you more connected with the town. You go through your first real dungeon underneath it. There's some really interesting encounters that you see, and you get some really good lore, and you get a glimpse at what you're going to look at as you go through it. And so that's Catacombs of Wrath. I did make, I believe, the fight that you had against the, what was it? An imp? I think it was an imp. No, maybe it was a Quasit. I think it was a Quasit. I did make that more annoying because I kind of beefed it up, used some magical items, and made her super annoying with them. But it shows you this twisted nature going through the first one. Thistletop. Thistletop is the first time that we ever noticed Goblin games. I have a list somewhere, but the different games that are twisted and demented that these goblins do. And if you've heard me in some of my other videos, they talk about putting their kids in cages, how abusive and how horrible they are. But part 4, Thistletop, really cool. A lot of this is kind of your standard kick down the door stuff. There's a lot of it like that. This has got some pretty good espionage if you want to do it. You're running through the maze and everything. It's pretty good. This was the first time that they realized they needed to figure out a way, at least with me, to carry around all that loot that they were going to be getting. But it was pretty nice. You're running through, you see your first human NPCs really down here as you go underneath. And then you're also going to be getting into the thing that gave my party a problem. I probably should have done better. And it wasn't Nuala, it wasn't everyone else, but it was the Greater Barghest. And I realized that I probably should have made it more aware that my players should have ran. I'd love them. They have a tendency just to try to kill everything. Not all the time, because I've taught them over the many, many years. But when you're just starting, they just decided that they could kill it, and it was not a fun fight for them. I would read over that a little bit, the transmutation room and everything, just to make sure that you don't completely wipe them. But either way, it was a pretty good fight when they were done. The Skinsaw murders, I thought was brilliant. Now, it's also my first thing as we go through this that I ever dealt with haunts. And this also gets played with me if you're in 5e games. I have ran this for everyone that plays 5e with me, as well as with my Pathfinder group. Now, I didn't run this first part. The first part's really interesting. Outside of having this sin effect that you later on affect with. You pick a character, you pick an angle for this murder mystery. It's really fun with all of the players. Oh, don't worry about my highlight vomit. And they get to be detectives and everything. It's written really good. Some of the encounters are a little bit odd from what I remember, but getting them up and then getting them to the misgivings. This is the part that I have put in to 5e and even just standard Pathfinder games. And it's running this as a single encounter, whatever story I want to give to it, and just use the haunts. So you have to change them a little bit with 5e, just so that I run this as like my Halloween adventure. Because I'll do things, I do stuff for different holidays and saving Santa or Christmas or whatever, but I've run this a couple times just for Halloween events. And usually it takes 2 days to run it for most of the games, but it's pretty good. Like I said, it's the first time dealing with haunts, but it's also got some of the most memorable things in it. You can really play up the creepiness of the house, and everyone still remembers these characters so much because of this adventure that they talk about it all the time. My wife's character almost died to a cursed scarf. She carried it around, and in fact, in the last campaign, she got another red scarf just as something to remind her of her past character, because it came up in something, and it wasn't cursed, but she thought it was great, so from then on, she carried it. We had a character that almost killed herself from jumping out a window and falling to her death. Characters having to dance to creepy music that plays. And then, of course, you get to learn about all of the twisted nature with this family. And you either get to kill or let loose the wrath of a scorned lover. And it's really good. I added a little extra from the backstory that I could leave in there, but it's just really well done. Like I said, I love the Paizo adventure paths. They're my favorite out of anything I've done, especially if you run 5e. I find that Wizards of the Coast is very lazy with stuff. But from there, you get to go into the big city. Characters are, I can't remember what level at this point. And then you get to do more investigating. You're running through ditches or through the poor parts of town. You're investigating cults, always cults. You get real spellcasters or spell-like abilities used against you, suggestion. Fantastic. And it was just fun. Made a little bit of connections, of course. And I'm not saying that all adventures should do this, but this definitely kind of feeds one thing into another. So you're dealing with the cult. You find out about this cult. You go into Magnamar. You research and you find them. You find their hideouts. You're cleansing them out. You're turning them into the guards, if you can. And then you make a name for yourself, and you get to have a house that you're now able to use as a base, and then they use that forever. When they could teleport, my characters would go back home and sleep in their own beds. And so I had to make a full big map that I let them custom build just for it, that we used in, I think it was Foundry. May have been Roll20 at that time. And then we used that house once again in another campaign if they wanted something. Going to Hunt Mountain Massacre. This is coming after Magnamar, and when you first kind of get a little bit away from where you were as a party, or from where you started, and you're starting to leave those NPCs that you got this relationship with over the past however many weeks it took you to do this behind. But you're running into level 7. This takes you from 7 to, there you go, 10. And it's okay. You get to see this idea of this dangerous wilderness that your party gets to investigate. And you see that other people are attempting to tame it. You've got towns that are besieged by bloods and great beasts. Remember, whenever they're being attacked by these mobs to use them wisely. Mama, this is our first, and we wonder who was hurt at Paizo, because there's a lot of mamas in their modules, in their APs, and we're kind of wondering who hurt you, because they're always like this. And so we just find it amusing that there's always a mama in a module. Maybe not all of them, but there's a lot of them that have like mamas in them. And so it's another thing that brings up, that came through this. I believe I used tentacles to shut down almost the entire party in this encounter. But it was pretty interesting. And then them having to infiltrate the house for them, and all the descriptions and the gory detail really kind of let us have this fun, kind of twisted environment, this scary atmosphere that we had. You get to meet some more, like I said, NPCs that are out on the wilderness. You're saving them, and then retaking Rannoch, which is their fort. Gets you another small base and a place you can return to. For what little bit you really stay there, not a whole lot. You get to deal with some giants, which they're ogres, they're Craigs. But it's nothing too spectacular. This part, for the most part, except for some of the mama stuff, is kind of on point for what you're used to, in all honesty. This is the flood part for the town. And then you have your Black Maga, and then everything. You can, if I remember right, remember that you can grapple multiple creatures with her. So don't be afraid to use it properly on your players. And then, of course, you meet Skull Crossing. Skull Crossing is pretty interesting. You've got your trolls and everything, and it's the first time that they really get to see the devil, because there is, I believe it's a pit fiend that was trapped in here, so technically it's a demon. But you see how this ancient magic, from all of these relics and all of these things that have been standing for thousands of years, that people are still using and living in the shadow of. Now, you saw this very small amount that they hinted in Sandpoint. And then Magnamar, you've got the bridge that you have your slums really living under, and that you deal with, and that you also deal with in like Shattered Star. But you really get to see that this fallen civilization still leaves such a huge imprint that it's around everyone. And so it's pretty cool, in all honesty. It's not like, oh, well, we found this ancient civilization, here's a relic from them, here's this, and oh, we found an underground tomb that was hidden. No, this stuff is front and center, and it's just always here. And it's always around for people to wonder, what great civilization, how did they build this, how much magic did they have it? And it's something that I really did like with this campaign. This was okay dealing with the, what was she? This was okay. It added something that, where is it? Part of your story rewards. She fades away forever. She picks one PC. So after you go through this story with the character, and I won't go too far into it, but this opened up something that happens, I believe, only twice in the campaign. And I actually did 2 more times, specifically for my other party members because of this. And so what this does is she picks one PC, preferred a bard or whatever, whoever's got the highest charisma score. A lasting inspiration. Functions the same as the standard nymph inspiration ability, and it lasts as long as the PC lives. Not only does this effect bolster the character's will saves, craft checks, perform checks, and bardic performances, but it can also aid him in negotiations with Miriam's older sister. Comes in handy. The ice nymph, Svevenek. I can't spell it, or I can't say it. So, in the final chapter of Rise of the Runelords, this is something that you're given to one player that you do. And later on, you get something very similar that my wife actually is the one that got it. Go figure. But I ended up giving everyone something. And I think I bolstered this slightly for the character it was given to. But it was an interesting way to make that rewarding connection to a storyline that was okay, that they got to use all the way, in my case, till they're level 20. Now, jump into book 4, Fortress of the Stone Giants. We have to race back to Sandpoint. The characters are level 11 by now. And this one is a fight that they definitely remembered. And I've used this multiple times since, or this idea. And I've done something like it before, but it was something that they enjoyed so much. A lot of times you have fights that you enter into a room, encounter starts, 3 rounds later, encounter over. I will add usually another phase to a lot of my fights. It extends them, but it allows me to add something into it, so it doesn't feel like everything's stop and start. It's not that annoying traffic. It's this kind of hill that they're riding. And this does perfect with that, right on Sandpoint. I believe I've talked about this before. It goes through 12, 16 rounds, and there's different points all over the map that you have to do. The party ended up splitting up. Characters were dealing eventually with the dragon in the side. Characters were racing and trying to save different points. My wife held the southern bridge, I think it was, by herself. And it was just something that was very memorable. It got them back to the NPCs that they got to know. It got them to where it all started. So it felt like coming home after reaching level 11. My wife's mother did die in that instance. But, you know, it was something that was really cool to experience and to run. And I've used it many times since then because it's a great way to make the characters feel like they have urgency, to keep them on the encounter or keep them on the clock. And it's great. Plus, everyone likes to fight dragons. This guy, Terractinus, when you use my page that I have to boost him up, I would like to say be careful because he one-shot and almost completely killed one of my fighters. Actually, he wasn't a fighter. War priest, that's what it was. Yeah, he was not happy. There's a couple things like that happened through this campaign. It's okay, he got over it. But yeah, it was great. More stone giants. And then, of course, once again, it leads you almost holding your hand, in all honesty, to the next locations, encounters. By this point, everyone has an ability to fly, overland travel, something. So getting around and getting far is not very difficult. Jorgenfest Fortress was cool. My players refusing to be sneaky, I believe I had them pull the entire thing just both times. Because at one point, they were beaten back, and then they had to return, which they have rules for or they have a setup if you're going to return. But it is definitely interesting because I did not play it that they could go from one room to another. These are large creatures. This is basically their home. It's not that big for them. And so they would pull multiple rooms, being loud. No one wanted to ever sneak because there's a guy wearing heavy armor, so he decided we would never sneak. But regardless, it was pretty good. Your final encounter with this did not do too much, in all honesty. Killing Mockmurian, little anticlimactic. One of my characters, he definitely does not like monologuing, so I have to do it in the middle of combat half the time. Or find ways to shut him up or freeze him. Getting into the library itself, still, their favorite password is Via Sanche. And so it is something, and I tend to have things that come back to this little guy in other campaigns whenever they have a library where it's some clockwork character that reminds them of this adventure. Dungeon itself really wasn't anything special. There's some interesting things, your undead monk mummy, stuff like that. And like I said, Mockmurian did not last long against my party, but that's okay. Book 5, Sins of the Saviors, is definitely something that was interesting and fun to run. You've got just a madman with your Lamash 2 shrine. You're dealing a lot with Lamash 2. And then the Rune Forge was the cool part. Setting them up and having to have your magic puzzle, where one character for the most part got to shine. And then getting into this closed Rune Forge, where they know everyone's been sealed off since the time of the Rune Lords. It's really cool. It's another one of those things where you as a GM are going to take all this information that they give you, and you're going to have to figure out a way to tell your players about it, because it has got some really cool things in it that they might not figure out or notice. So you lay it out, give them some extra story. It's great. Some of the halls definitely were better than others. I had an issue with this. During one of the halls, one of the characters got sent to another plane of existence. Remember to make your saves, kids. And so they got sent to First World. So I made a side adventure, and I think it was it the of gluttony or greed that I had actually used in the First World? So I had to write a personal adventure just so they could go get that character back. There was a Blood Rager, and she got sent there. So I gave her an entire story. This was after the Halls of Wrath. But some of these are pretty good. Some of them are just a little creepy. Dealing with undeads. They've all got a theme to them, which if you have a full spellcaster or two, and you have got a smart party, they're going to find ways to deal with this. One of the ones that was really the easiest for them, this one actually is one of the ones that I actually put inside the First World. But all in all, it wasn't bad for an encounter for one of the branches. Lust is a little disappointing. This is also the campaign where if there is a naked statue, and there are more than a few because Rune Lords, then I have a player who she decides she wants to cover them with blankets. And so she's picked up a lot of blankets in this campaign because there's a lot of naked not a lot of naked statues in this. But this was really cut down by some protection spells and everything. If you have negative energy and they cast the right protection spell, then they're immune to it. If you have someone who's trying to do mind affecting, well, now you've got protection from evil, and so you've got magic circles. So they all just kind of grouped up and just went around as you're trying to deal with them dealing with a succubus who doesn't really get to do too much against the war priest that is solely prepared for dealing with her. This is, in the Runeforge, is an interesting way to deal with their sins that they have. And they have you give these to characters without them knowing. Like, you label them like their sin, like my wife's is wrath. She is a murder hobo, period. And so when they go into a different branch, there are negatives and positives, though slight, that they're going to have because they're focused on that kind of emotion, that kind of feeling. And they got to learn a lot about the magics, how the Rune Lords viewed magics and all this. And so it was fairly interesting. Like I said, like that one. Some of these are not as good as others. We had our first familiar die in the Maze of Sloth. But all in all, it's a pretty good encounter. The Rune Forge is definitely something that was pretty good. Wrath was really interesting. Wrath is also where whenever you kill their leader. And all of these people have been stuck here for 10,000 years. You figure that they'd be using better spells. Use better spells. You're a GM, you're smart. These people are supposed to be old, smart, and dedicated to their craft. Use better spells. Sometimes they don't. Use better spells. But there is a mark of wrath that you get from killing this individual, which my wife got. And it gives you +1 insight bonus to the AC, attack damage rolls, once per day, swift actions, fire shield, all that kind of good stuff. This, and then what happened with the nymph ghost earlier, I ended up creating additional ones on the same kind of level for the other two characters, which I believe in this case, it was going to be the Blood Rager and then the War Priest. Yep. But they learned how to make weapons of power. They dealt with Karzog face to face really for the first time. And so it was pretty interesting. And then they progress. And now we're going to the final book, The Spires of Zin Shalast. And you get a lot more dump when it comes to the story and the history. And I really got involved with a lore when it came to this module, this AP, because just how much they dump into it. And then, of course, having to read it all. But it's great. And we still make references a lot to Rune Lords, even when my last full 1-20 campaign wasn't even set in this world. So it was a great thing to stick with my players that they loved. And I will be returning to this world for my next 1-20, probably by the end of this year sometime. But you have some interesting little things when it comes to your traveling there. Vecker's cabin, that kind of stuff. You do get to meet, where is it? An interesting creature. Where is it? Bingo. A Wendigo. Remember to use a Wendigo properly, how they're using it. Try and use the snow to keep your party in. It's unfortunate because you're dealing with high-level casters, so probably just get by it. But trying to figure out a way or to force them in is a good way to get time for the Wendigo's abilities to deal more to it, and then use the snow as an advantage, maybe make it a little bit better at skirmishing and annoying your party. But used him. It was pretty good. And then, of course, you get, let's try this again, Svedinka. And you meet her, and of course, you've got your relationship from the last one. So it's really good at tying this in. And then, of course, you get to see your grand city, Zin Shalast. And you work your way through the city. The characters are seeing these factions evolve inside of it, making friends, killing blue dragons. And it's okay. Some of these encounters, like I said, I upped a lot of my encounters, but some of these I found I had to as well. When you fight the blue dragon in this, you definitely are going to need it. The stadium, or the Hyptaric Locus, wasn't bad, but the blue dragon, I'm definitely glad that I upped him, because it would not have taken them that long to murder this poor little guy. This is the same party that when I started them out, I think they were level 18. They all like one-rounded a Tarrasque. It was ridiculous. But spiders, kind of interesting. You get some lore with them, with the link spiders. Not so much. You do get to see kind of that almost twisted aspect whenever you deal with them, with the link spiders. And there's some other relations to some other things and experiments that have come from creature-wise from the Rune Lords. And then you've got the spires, which is, it's pretty much just kind of just going up the tower. Nothing really to worry about, in all honesty. They're all just kind of chomping at the bit waiting. One thing that I definitely did use against my players is they knew that they needed to have these wards to travel appropriately up to the pinnacle of avarice. And as they're traveling up here, I made sure to mention multiple times that, or give them hints that they were going to be spied upon with them. You don't have to blatantly tell them, but it will even give you some ideas with it in here. But Like, Karzog knows what you're doing. And this is the last thing that they're going to do before they fight Karzog. And so I did not let them rest. So they're doing this and then going into Karzog at the end. And so it's a great way to remember using debuffs, dispels, because you have some casters in here. Put those meat shields in the way and debuff them, causes them to use those resources. It's going to make them worry. It's going to pick up the excitement and use up their resources, which is what we're really here for. So remember to do that. I love using dispels and stuff whenever I can just to get them up. But it didn't matter with me because I redid Karzog. And it's some interesting little encounters. You get to see some otherworldly, other planar stuff, I should say, when it comes to Avarice and the Rune Lords. When it came to the final fight, I definitely changed it up. Let's see if I can find my stats I used for him. So, as I said before, I used this as a way to up the power to my players. And this is once again in that forum that I will have to give you guys. By the end, or by the 6th book, it really broke down and other individuals started adding their own pieces to this thread to try and finish it. I guess they had just stopped before they got there. But there are some good ideas on how to take care of your final attacks and to really make it a memorable fight. So one thing that I did whenever my parties came in, other than the fact that now Karzog is CR22, I did not use the mythic stack, I don't believe, with them, but I did make the dragon and umber dragon for the abilities that it used, as well as I upped the final encounter a little bit to have more dragon slayers, and I upped the little what was it, a bronze statue that they put in there, something like that. But like I said, my players came in and they knew what they were going to do. They wanted to come in, they were going to time stop. You had our witch, which was going to make a bunch of summons, and then they were going to D-door behind him, and if they had him trapped, he was not going to last long. So I ran this in my head, knowing what I figured they were going to do, and then I had to prepare for it. So first off, I put a wall of fire in front of them, and I did that to make them not be able to use it, and then I allowed him to be pre-buffed whenever they came in because I wanted to use a lot of 9th level spells. I believe I used, what's the one? Fiery Body. And since this place is got a ton of fire in it, I used it to allow it to heal him. I changed his spells around so that he could teleport from one location to the other in the flame so that they would have to either put up a resistance or not to be able just to get to him. And then I changed a lot of his spells around. One of the other things I did, they still remember, and I think they partially hate me for, is since I told them from the get-go that, well, I hinted that they were being watched. He knew their plans. He knew what they were going to do. And he is very old and very smart. And he has access to more 9th level spells than they did. So when they came in, I made disjunction them twice. So the first one, they were ready for. And I think I even used a time stop in there for something. But they had a way to counter Mage's Disjunction. I can't remember if they had a magic item created for it, or if our witch just used it as her spell instead of normally she would put heal on herself. But I used Mage's Disjunction twice before the battle even got started. It was ready as soon as they came in. And so they did that. And then, of course, everyone had to go through all their magical items to try and do that. By the way, my last 1 to 20 campaign, I did it once, and I gave them, or I helped them prep for it beforehand, unbeknownst to them. And it's obnoxious. Level 17, level 20 characters having Mage's Disjunction. It's horrible. It's horrible. Because you have to roll saves for everything. I think I had a couple items that broke, but all the buffs that they had when they first came in here, gone. Which really drastically hurt the, the War Priest. Why am I having such a hard time with that class today? Anyway, so yeah, it was definitely memorable. He peeled through all of his 9th level spells very quickly. I believe I ended up Wail of the Bansheeing the War Priest before this was done, but after all that, my party had summons everywhere to deal with a lot of the melee combatants, and then they went on, and so I made it last as long as I could. I Wail of the Banshee, and I dropped the War Priest, who failed his save, and the Blood Rager. No, I dropped my wife, that's right. She died, and then the War Priest died with her. And the Blood Rager and the Witch, or the Shaman technically, were the ones left. I made them burn through spells. I had everything set up, figuring and knowing what they were going to do. And by the time it was done, they had taken out a lot of the other combatants. Everything was being dealt with. Karzog was getting off spells. His Rancer, which casts and attacks on its own, was getting in there. And so it was a real memorable fight. But I dropped the 2. And then, what spell did she use? I think it was Irresistible Dance. It was the Blood Rager and the Shaman. Everyone was damaged. And he was back by his throne again. And I think she got off something like an Irresistible Dance somehow. And so the Blood Rager got in the final blows and killed him. They revived the 2 party members and end scene. And of course, you get the tons and tons of gold. It is definitely the end of the campaign when you conclude it. It is definitely one of those things that when your party searches for that smog treasure, for that gold that they've searched for forever, this is definitely it. You have not only all the magical items that you've gotten, you not only have the hundreds of thousands, if I remember right, with Karzog's magic items, his spell book, all of his stones and everything, the Rancer, which you get to toss into another plane of existence and have a giant elephant destroy. But the golden treasure from this location, and then being able to turn it over to the Pathfinder Society. It's just excellent. And elephant right there. But it goes through and gives you a quick rundown what to do. And my players got to return to their lives amongst their friends, at least for a while. And then, of course, I did their 18, 19, and level 20 campaign with just them. But we had one sidetrack during my Rise of the Rune Lords. Besides having to go and get the other character out of the plane, I gave them a little bit of single storyline to one of the other players. But otherwise, it was really a well-done campaign. Now, like I said, a lot of it does some hand-holding. It doesn't force you to do it. Like your players can let people die. They don't have to go and rescue the town from the flood. They don't have to, I mean, that's just, they don't have to. But it does set it up so that it's really good at taking your characters and directing them to the next point without having to do it. Now, my party, you can spend more time, but they tried to rush through everything. So it was not giving in-game time anytime. And there's you have to get back to Sandpoint to save everybody, to set up for the onslaught. But it's not necessary all the time. They have a tendency that if they think something's happening, they really try and do it as quickly as possible. So I try to get them to slow down. It doesn't work so well, so I'll just forget it next time. But either way, Rise of the Rune Lords is a great campaign to run if you want to get into Pathfinder. It's a great way to really cut your teeth. You get a good idea of not only the depth of history that you get with them, which introduces the different kinds of magic, the different ways it was used in out the history, and then all of the lore for the Rune Lords. But it's written so well that you can run it. At the time, I prepared it a little bit before, the day before, in all honesty, when I had spare time at work. So it's just an excellent module or AP to run, and your players will definitely enjoy it. I know we did. It's still, years later, something that we are always talking about. So good job, Paizo. Yeah. If you want me to go over another one, I need to do another video about where we are with the Mummy's Mask. But I just thought about it today. I was seeing Rise of the Rune Lords on something, and I just thought, that is so good. I just want to talk about it. So, either way, if you have a module that you think is as good as Rise of the Rune Lord, or maybe you want to tell us something that you have found that's even better and you think everyone should play, and put it in the comments below. Either way, roll me some dice, guys. Get some 20s. Loot some dragons. Welcome, adventurer. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin, and today I'm going to tell you why you should only play Pathfinder 1e. No. I know we've all got our special TTRPG, and mine is, at least for now, Pathfinder. And so maybe I'm a little bit biased, but there's reasons why I think you shouldn't hop around. And I've played different ones. I have, Shadowrun and some other stuff behind me. I've got 5e. Actually, I still play a 5e game with one set of my friends. And so it's not that I'm saying you can't, but if you're playing with groups and you're playing continuously like I am, then I would say stick with one set of rules. And the reasoning behind it is, when 2e came out, I asked my players if they wanted to try 2e. I told them I could rather run a big, huge game like I did last time, which was 2 years or so of running from level 1 to level 20, all custom everything. And they did not want to try the new rule set. Now, me and one of my other players, we have a tendency to read the new rules when they come out, look at the new thing. Most of the time, we always come back to 1e. I probably would have come back to 1e regardless, even after some of the rules. I like some of the kineticists change. Why I stick with Pathfinder 1e is because my other players, my wife included, does not want to learn new rule set. They love the Pathfinder 1e rule set because it's what we've been playing. They like the customization, the abilities of it. They always say, well, if I want to do something, I know there's a way. And so that's why we stick with Pathfinder. We stick with it because even though technically it has got almost no content being produced for it, rule sets and everything, except for some third party that, like myself, that still love the game, are producing, and then some adventures that are still being produced, which you can find. Paizo has moved on for years now to 2e. So they're reproducing a lot of content, everything's coming back. But really, this one's already set up, and there's so much content for it, you can do anything. So a lot of people move because they want to play different rule sets. Well, we have different rule systems for this. Now, this is on D20 PFXIV, so some of this is going to be mixed in with 3P stuff, but they have original rule sets for different types of armor uses. So you're going to see for different types of magic uses and ways to use armor. Rune magic, if you've ever done Rise of the Rune Lord, is mentioned. It's a way of using runic magic. It's an alternate magic system that you can use. They have, if I can get this to work, my goodness, they have called shots, which is something we used to do a little bit in 3.5. They have systems creating for new classes and for new races. I always recommend when you're using their guidelines for new monsters and new races specifically to compare it to a race that is similar in rating for RP, just to make sure that it has balanced out, because it doesn't always balance out right, but there are rules to get you kind of on the mark that you need for making new races. So if something's not in this game, you can add it. Most likely there's someone who already has. I'm playing a half dwarf in my current campaign, my kineticist I'm playing, and it was something that someone else made. They had made it, ran through it. It was I think it's a 10 RP rule set, but it's perfect for me playing a kineticist and hasn't caused any problems. Pf1es, yes, but if you want to build kingdoms, there are kingdom rules. Go figure, one of the most known settings for Pathfinder and a pretty popular video game. But they've got King Builder. They've also got 3P rules that you can find everywhere, which has expanded and possibly in some ways improved on this system. You've got piece armor. Say you want to have someone that is piecing together armor out of a junkyard. Maybe you're in a wasteland. Then this can be a system for you. Same thing when it comes to scaling magical items. Maybe you don't want magic items to be as common as they are in your normal Pathfinder game. That's fine. You can have scaling magical items that grow with your player. And so instead of just having like a money sink, these items increase in value. And you can do some custom ones, or they've got plenty that are already listed here. And it's a way to add that new kind of feel to a game that you've played several times. We've already done runic magic. If you want a different hit point systems when it comes to vigor and wounds, you can do that. Mix and match these to change the game. And it can come into a really different feel, especially for your players, while keeping with a lot of the same bonuses and feeling that you're going to have. Restricting classes changes entirely your party layout. Having to where everyone has to be at least a, 1/3 caster. Or there are no casters past half casters in your world. Maybe magic like that is super rare. And it is one of those things that I think you keep the basis so it's easier for your players to learn, and you can change these rule sets, which is much easier, adding DLC, adding a little bit of change to your game like we do with Elephant in the Room. It's a change, but it's a good rule set, and it's easier to do than me having to change out an entire rule set and having to have all my players learn a new set of rules because we wanted to change something. When it comes to the variant magic, like I said, not only did you have rune magic, but there's a lot of 3P things that deal with either sutra magic, which has its origins from the East. They have the Akashic magic, which is ancient forms of magic that predates most forms of your spellcasting known to the mortal world. And it's a way to add these different types of rule sets to change things. And like I said, there's 3P stuff. There's tons of 3P stuff that you can add. Some of it you're definitely going to want to look at if you're having a lot of players that are playing with standard core set. You might not want to mix in a whole bunch of 3P. Now, there is a lot of 3P that is good, and I don't think it's really overpowered compared to what you look at with most of your Paizo stuff. But you can get into spheres of powers, and I mean, you could have tons and tons of games where you're just looking at the rule set and the changes that they have. And with the rule set changes with magic and martial, I mean, it completely changes the game and amps up how it's playing, while still having that baseline where you don't feel like you're having to learn an entire new set. I do recommend, if you're doing this, to pay attention to what your players and what you are allowing into the game, especially with spheres of power, and especially if only one or a few of your players are using it. So that way it doesn't overpower the rest of them. Other rules. Now, firearms. A lot of people stick with early firearms, and that's common with everything. But what if all your players want firearms? What if everyone wants to play a Western game, or they want to do some pioneering game?
and you advance the firearms in levels, going from alchemical cartridges to metal cartridges, going to lever actions, removing the powder horn. They have full rules for advancing through ages on not only the weapons that you advance through, but also if you want it in a setting where you're looking at having these not only a specialized or an exotic weapon like you normally find, but now if everyone wants it, okay, it's a martial weapon. Okay, you're more modern, maybe it's a simple weapon. But this allows you to update and play a more advanced game while still keeping everything. Maybe it is the 1700s and there is magic. Maybe it is the early 20th century and you wanted to do a World War game and now everyone is a 6th level caster. So you're running around casting spells and defeating dragons and, you know, instead of planes, or you're doing steampunk. My last game was kind of a magical tech-infused steampunk world. And so there was a mix of firearms, including enemies with like full-on Gatling guns. That was a great way to provide a unique enemy, touch damage, and doing some of these changes when everyone uses firearms. You are looking at different builds because everyone's going to be using text-based characters. Everyone's going to be running different armor. Everyone's going to be working with shield and reflect spells. And so it changes the game a lot compared to just your standard 4 classes, standard tank, standard fantasy. If you want to do space, then they have Starfinder rules. And it's not going to be too bad when it comes to a transition. And you've still got that feeling. Now, Starfinder does have, you know, its own rules and monsters and everything. But you could incorporate hit points and resolve points into your game if you really wanted to. Their armor class is different because they use their weapons. You're looking at lasers, you're looking at, you know, swords and different types of weapons. And so they've got different armor class types. So your energy class and your kinetic armor class. And then, of course, the removal of their iterative attacks for it. This is probably one of your biggest change, but my characters are so big with iteratives whenever they do it. I played a space game. The only difference is I was going to incorporate Starfinder, all of its tech, all of its technology, while they met a race that was inspired by Starfinder, that had all the same technological advances and that kind of abilities, and that's where their focus was. My players wanted to keep the fantasy aspect. So instead, they got to play with techs. I gave them nano implants, and it was in their fantasy game. But they have full rules. You can play in the game. Paizo has technology when it comes to things that you would find in your standard space world. Different access chips and implants, power cables. My characters had cell phones that I gave them. And so they had this technology to be able to take video, send communications, items with battery packs in them, the ability to recharge, even recharge using magic or have something that was constant. Same thing when it comes to cameras, chemicals. There are rule sets to do just about everything. Now, the one thing that I did do in my last game, which you can find the rules for, I augmented them a little bit since I did part of my game as a Spelljammer game. I did where after, I think it was level 10, I think they were in double digits, and I had pushed them off into the Astral Sea, as it was. And so they got lost, and I took the rules, and we have rules out where a lot of people have done rules and assisted in it so that you can use Pathfinder with your Spelljammer rules. It comes in from 3.5. It's real easy to do. Now, the only difference is I had to change them because I dumbed them down for my players. Because more than halfway through their adventure to level 20, I didn't want them to have to learn an entire set of rules and not have access to the skills they needed to use that. So I gave them some extra skills, combined some stuff. So it was very custom for them. But you can find your rules so that you could run a Spelljammer game in Pathfinder. And you can still keep the same base. Your players can learn their new additions and they don't feel like they're totally overwhelmed by, oh no, now I have to read an entire book or two. And they won't feel like they are lost. Pathfinder can be daunting with all of the classes, abilities, and feats that you have access to. But changing systems, I think, makes it even worse. That's why I found that whether my guys want to play a full tech campaign and run around shooting lasers, or arc cannons like one of them, and they still want to cast magic, I find that Pathfinder fits the bill. It holds as long as you're looking at the alternate rules, and especially if you want to look at 3P, there is more than enough content to cover any kind of game that you want to play for as long as you want to play it. And I have still never met someone who's gone through and says, well, I'm bored because there's no extra content. They've never gone through all the extra rules. They've never gone through all the extra 3P stuff. Like, yeah, if you have players that want to play the exact same thing over and over again when it comes to classes, then yeah, I can understand how it gets boring. I'm lucky enough that my players, mostly, but you know, she's different. She likes to play the same thing over and over again. But my players pick different things that are wildly different every single time, because even though we've played for as many years as we have, they know they're just testing the waters, that there is so much more for them to dive into, and they're never going to reach the bottom. Either way, roll up some new characters this weekend, play some games. Whether you're going to be in space or if you're going to be underwater, then that's fine. But Pathfinder is where it's at, and everybody enjoy. Roll some dice. Welcome, adventurers. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin. And today, I'm going to talk something about my namesake, which would be the most common and beloved first creatures you almost always fight outside of rats, and that's going to be goblins. I'm going to take a quick comparison between the goblins we love in Pathfinder, and maybe if you're older like me, maybe the goblins that you grew up with, and why I really love what Paizo did when they created the goblins of the Galarian world. So, as you can see, there's been a few renditions over the years of goblins, and they have a little bit of difference. They were in some of the racial books and everything in 3.5. But I love some of the things that they did with goblins in Galarian. Now, stat-wise, they've changed a little bit, but not a whole lot. In 3. No, this is 5th edition. 5th edition, everything, and you're going to see this through all editions, goblins always have a 30-foot movement, which is a bonus compared to other small races. They're always small. They always have dark vision. And even back in 3.5, Dex seems to be their focus. And you notice that's where most of their AC comes from if you've ever played with them in Pathfinder. One of the biggest differences is the fact that the Dex is so much higher in Pathfinder, though if you were here with my last video, I went slightly over the fact that a lot of the races got a +2 bonus on top of what we knew with 3.5. But they're always considered, and in many ways, people play them as dumb. Just tribal creatures and everything. And they've stayed along that same route through most of their lore in any setting. D&D, you always had them as just the large groups that would have tons of goblins and you would end up having to fight them. And the same thing goes for Pathfinder. But even with the great lore behind what we knew from the D&D world, I feel that Pathfinder just kind of adds a little bit to it that I never had before whenever I did the races. They were always still tribal and everything, but I just feel like they had a little more flesh to them. They were a little better fleshed out in Pathfinder. And I know I'm partial, but it just depends. Now, they're both they are both very much, when it comes to goblins, there's a lot of similarities because of where Pathfinder comes from. But when it comes to them, I feel like when it comes to a horde, goblins and Pathfinder seem a little bit worse to be fighting against. Because since so many people kill them, and they kill each other so much, that they are constantly having to replace their numbers. In either edition, they mature very quickly. D&D generally around the age of 8. Pathfinder reaches adulthood at 5. Adolescence at 3. And they both also have short gestational periods. So normally around 6 months for D&D. Meanwhile, you might get litters of goblins as often as 3 times a year with Pathfinder, with mentions of it being 2 to 3 months for goblins. Neither one that I can remember really has a patriarchal or matriarchal society, so that's kind of just up to you. But their creation myths are definitely a little bit different. The newest one with Dungeons and Dragons, and of course, if you're a big fan of Lord of the Rings, you've got where they were kind of elves that were tortured into being. But the new myth with Dungeons and Dragons is that they came from tortured fey creatures. An evil god stole them and then tortured these fey spirits, and then after corrupting them, they became the goblins. Meanwhile, very much different would be where they come from in the Pathfinder world. They are a spawn created by Lamashtu, and kind of on purpose. Lamashtu wanted these creatures of chaos to sow into the mortal world, which goblins definitely are. So she released Barghests from hell itself. And the rampage of these Barghests, with the spilling of human blood, this spilled blood turned into goblins. And so the first goblins were created of human blood, spilled by Barghests, and in service to Lamashtu. But the difference in story isn't the only thing. In other editions, other settings, D&D, you've got goblins just using normal weapons and everything. Though they're few, there are specific weapons for the goblins in Pathfinder. You will always hear them talk about dog slicers and horse choppers. These not only show that they have custom weapons built specifically for their race, they're just short swords, they're just halberds, but the fact that they talk about their design of bad craftsmanship, being put together by just random pieces of metal, and the fact that they tie in to fears that they give the Pathfinder goblins. Goblins in Pathfinder have these key characteristics, which you find in any module that runs them, especially if you run any of the Weeby goblins, which is a great way to get into Pathfinder. I talked about those a little bit in my previous books as well, or previous videos as well. But they have a hatred for horses and dogs. Now, they ride what would be goblin dogs. They're basically rats. But they have a hatred for goblins and they have a rational fear for horses and dogs. So that's where these names of their weapons come from. But they also have specific words for different races and for taller races, long legs and stuff like that. And goblins also love fire, to the point that they love to set things on fire. It shows their chaos side. It shows their want to just spread destruction and mayhem. This worship of fire that they have, they even come to a point that they practically worship it. And the ability to control fire is considered something that could get you a boon with a tribe, or to a point that if you were a spellcaster that uses fire, and if you're a spellcaster in the Goblin Society, which is few and far between, but you're going to use fire because it shows this status symbol. When it comes to childhood, like we saw, they mature very fastly, very fast. And something that kind of amused me when I first saw it, we all knew that Goblin Society was probably, you weren't making it out of childhood if you weren't stronger and tougher than the rest of your siblings, or you were just lucky. But not only are they raised by the community like other goblins, but they also are raised usually in cages, on leashes. And even in the more modern books that have come out with second edition, where there's a few tribes that have kind of been civilized in comparison, they're starting to come into a more civilized world. You've still got a little bit of that heritage. But the first time I ever read goblins keep their young, which were litters, in cages, just something I'd never seen before. And it shows part of their cruelty on how they treat everyone else. And same thing goes for relationships. They don't have really marriages like you would see in a lot of other cultures. It is just either you are stronger and produce offspring, or you randomly produce offspring with whoever in the tribe. And like I said, litters. So Pathfinder goblins produce a little bit faster. Now, none of them live very long. D&D, I think the maximum age for goblins is generally about 60, maybe. But Pathfinder specifically states maximum age is 50, with a lot of them not living past the age of 20 because of their chaotic antics and how they live their lives. But I find that I just like the goblins. Their devotion to chaos, how they love fire, and even the ability where cannibalism is so possible with them. Mentioned as eating other races specifically, it's just one of those things that breathes depth into goblins of the Paizo world. Also, things like games. Games was another thing when I ran Rise of the Rune Lord that I had never heard mention of racial specific games. Things like Eat a Bug, Bag of Bull Slugs, Braving the Earbiter, which means terrifying individuals and getting close to or even dancing with terrified foes. And you have fire spitting contests where you're looking at seeing if you can just breathe fire, basically. Dares were really common. Having dares of touching horses or dogs getting close. A lot of their games revolved around cruelty. It would be having birds tied to string and then throwing rocks at them, or playing stick beetle. Same thing with frogs. You put a knife through a table and they would try and get a frog to impale itself. Same thing with songs. They had horrible songs that would talk about raiding and blood, and of course, none of them were ever really well made. But that just was the style that was presented with the goblins that is just common in Galarian. A lot of arson, a lot of scavenging and hoarding and greed. And I just find that the goblins, my namesake, just felt really good in Pathfinder. Now, the reason that I have GM Goblin as a title was it was homage to my old campaign where I accidentally put a token as a Goblin, C-O-B, instead of Gob, G-O-B. And so from that day on, I changed all the tokens and all the tokens afterwards to Goblins. So it was a nice change that we just kind of kept as a joke for us. But either way, if you're needing goblins and a society to pull from, then I recommend grabbing those from Paizo. Pull in the goblins into your world and let chaos reign. Either way, have fun at your tables and play a goblin.
Remember, like and subscribe to both channels, GM Goblin and Goblin Plays. Check me out on Twitch. Check the links below and join our Discord. And visit me over on Patreon for macros, GM tools, and extra content you find on GM Goblin. Welcome, Adventure. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin. For some reason, my camera's still not working, and I'm back from the dead, kind of. So we are starting a new campaign in my group. We finished up with the the Mummy's Mask campaign. We went all the way to 20, thanks to my GM. If I haven't posted that already, then I'm going to go ahead and take a look, and I'll make sure it gets posted soon. But we're doing Curse of Crimson Throne. This is a Pathfinder 1E AP. Like I've said with some of the other ones, read the player's handbook whenever you do these. It's going to give you a map. You're not going to get really any spoilers, but it's going to help you build your character, your backstory, and why you are there. This is going to be telling you about Korvosa, because the entirety of the campaign, or almost the entirety of the campaign, is going to be Korvosa, or it's going to be, I believe, GM said that there's a little bit in the surrounding area, maybe some wooded area. But read this, the player's guide, because it will give you nice history about it, so you don't step into the world kind of blind. And you don't just get backstories, but you get some context more than your map. So you get things from all the different districts that are in the player's guide. This stops from when you're doing something custom. Like whenever I do a custom campaign, a lot of times you'll get, if you don't make something like this for your players, they'll come in, hey, do I know this? And so you have to have questions and you give them all of this kind of stuff before. Player's Guide allows you as a GM to take a back seat, work on prep, and your players, they should really get comfortable with this. But they'll learn about important locations. You'll learn a little bit about the military. So Curse of Crimson Throne, like I just showed you with the map, it's going to be heavily urban. So it's kind of a law-focused campaign, Korvosa. It demands social interactions and urban traversal. So you're going to need to be able to climb, get around, fly eventually probably. You're going to want to have someone with the knowledge local skill. You're going to want someone with diplomacy, because these are skills that you're going to have to deal with a lot, being in an urban, being in a close-knit campaign like this. And then acrobatics, I'm going to assume, because of, running across rooftops and down alleys and stuff. Once again, an urban campaign with all of the possibilities of an urban environment. Now, we will get into the hook that they want you to do. But first, we see Underground. They talk a little bit about it. In case you want to get involved in it, you will get involved with it no matter what. Talks about the people of Korvosa. You can go into depth into this, talking about the Varisians and everything, and where Korvosa came from, Little Chelish, and how it came about. It's fairly interesting. You are going to see some of the feats. Once in a while, you have specific campaign feats and traits that you come along. Most of the time, I allow my players to use them no matter what. But here you're going to see where these come from. And so, like your Sable Company Marine lets you get a Hippogriff at level 4 as a ranger for your companion. And then the Shingle Runner, it gives you, being a child running around, which is means I know where you were because of the story that you get into. But you gain jump and climb checks and everything, and you take less damage if you fall. Notable characters is really good to try and remember, not just because they're going to be coming up in the story, but it can give you some ideas about how they work, when the campaign is going on, or when you start it, you can see who's in charge. You can see if any of the justices or any of the... So... But you get introduced into several people. You see the Galarian calendar, which you're probably going to know. Your GM probably won't make it a big deal. I have done that in the past where we kept track with an in-game calendar. I used Irud. It will tell you about races, dwarves, and elves. Now, your GM, like I usually do, probably isn't going to care or might not care as much. But our GM, sticking with the AP, is going very much with the Korvosan feel, how it was intended, which means certain races are going to make you stand out and might not be even tolerated. in this campaign. I believe we are humans and half elf. Yeah, no, I think it's 3 humans and a half elf. But they might not like it. You do get some good deities, a Galorian with favored weapon, if you get a favored weapon, along with how some of the halflings are inside this AP. It does give you kind of like this thing with your classes, specifically, like if, you know, we're coming from Cinderland, if you're a barbarian and stuff, just talking to you and trying to get you to fit into it. Another feat that they gave us was crossbow mastery. If you've played around in Pathfinder long enough with hand crossbows and stuff, then you've probably heard of this. Adame graduate, for arcane spellcasters, another feat. It goes over more of that. It does give you some armor and equipment. Most of us, we look up everything online, so we've run across all of these things before, like Earthbreakers, which was almost my weapon in this campaign, but I decided to go somewhere else. But these are just common weapons that you're going to be finding that are kind of more specific for it. Traits, this is where we had to take a trait from this PDF, from this book, to start the campaign. Also, going through this, you can pick up on themes that you're going to run into. Trust me, again and again and again in this AP already. New feat, Harrowed. Goes through drawing a card, whatever. But it leads into things that are definitely specific for this campaign and that are pretty big. But looking at background traits, whether you were a drug addict, you were addicted, friends, personal addiction, whether you were framed, we have one of our characters. But all of these traits, I think you could have taken, in my opinion, you could take one of these without getting the special ability for the trait. So without getting the +2 bonus to knowledge local or something like that. I think it would have still allow for your ties in to this guy, this individual, because all of these tie you into this main character, this main first big bad you're all looking for. So this guy's name is Gadrian, and he, in 2 of ours, mine and my wife's characters, which are married in the game, they had this kind of orphan thing where we were tortured for me because I'm a big bad tank, and I thought, why not just take the extra reflex save? And then my wife did this with her concentration checks because she's playing a witch. But they're all tying you on to that to help spur you into trying to keep you connected. Now, we said this before, and I've said this many times because I had a player one time that it was in a 5e campaign, and he was asking the GM, like, well, what's my motivation to stay with the party? Well, and I've said this many a times on this channel, you as a player have to come up with your own motivations for you to stay with the party and perform the actions. If, for some reason, you do not feel you can make that character do that, then make another character or you don't play. A GM cannot make you stay. We can't sweeten the pot just for you so that you can do this. It is an unwritten rule. You go with the party because the party for some reason wants to stay together. Even if you have arguments, even if you're not all buddy-buddy, there's a reason you do this. And you have to find that for your character. And then we have the surrounding area, and that's it. So this is started off pretty good. We've only played 2 sessions. So we went through the first little hook with Gadrian, and then we did this other little thing with part of it. It's been kind of interesting. My character is an Aegis. So third-party rules, psionics. Our GM has opened it up. Maybe I'll do a video just for this. But I'm going to play an Aegis with 4 levels in Psychic Warrior for my build. But I think I've already got him pretty much planned out all the way through most of the campaign, and with all of his stuff and feats pretty much already picked. I did go with a 2-handed greatsword because I was originally going to go with the Earthbreaker because I didn't want to totally break it. But because of my armor that I get for free, it allows me to use weapons that are large. So all of my weapons that I have in buy are large weapons, which makes them heavier, but that's okay. I got lots of strength. But it means my sling, my sword, my javelin, they're all large, which means they deal more damage. So starting off at level 1, I was swinging this bad boy around for 3d6 points damage. And last campaign was really bad, but like at level 1, I rolled a 40 on an attack. Like I'm rolling in the 20s on all of my attacks at level 2 and level 1. And so it's been great. I did take Furious Focus, so I'm never going to take a penalty on my first attack. Or using Power Attack. And of course, we're using Elephant in the Room, and so we've got background skills too. Elephant in the Room's great if you're a Dex character, which is this character, who is playing a vigilante. Or I think her cover's already been broken. Level 2, I think the character got a little, or the player got a little too into having to swap rolls all the time and keep it hidden from us, so she just came clean, and we're going to help her with it. But level 2, everyone's getting full plate and stuff, level 2 and 3, and so they are doing AC. Mine's a little low because of how I'm building, but it's going to spike, and my guy's designed around dealing massive damage. Plus, Aegis get damage reduction at level 2. So I've got that, and I also took the Trailblazer. Like I said, I think I'll do one just over my builds of the campaign, but Trailblazer takes out some stuff with my fairly low intelligence. It won't matter too much, but it's going to let me do things like swap out abilities on my armor. So it will be nice. I already can pick up water breathing, pick up water movement, dark vision, anything I want. One thing that I did do on this campaign is I've started making a ton of macros to go with stuff. So this macro that I built is all in game, and this is programmed completely for an Aegis. And so I just use this as I level up, and it takes care of my armor, which this isn't really armor, so it doesn't weigh anything, but it changes the stats on my armor. It adds and changes a buff. And then, of course, there's some notes for things that it can't change. Like I've got fire or energy resistance, depending on which stance I take, because I can do cold, electricity, fire, and sonic. Takes a move action, and I can change that, which is great. And then, of course, it counts for my points that an Aegis has that he uses for his armor. And I can set the armor up and change it. And then, of course, the armor has 3 different modes, either no AC, medium level AC, and then Juggernaut. And so they all have different abilities. I have everything programmed into this. Maybe I will make a video just over this character and over my macro, because it's awesome what I got this to do. And so it won't let me do things until I'm the appropriate level. It keeps track of my customization points and everything. And so it's just great. So changes AC, it's got my speed, and so all of this in the buff gets changed so that I'm wearing like heavy armor and running around with 30 at like level 1. So it's good. I also made a macro I need to put out there for my wife, which does tarot cards reading. So I may do that. Where is it? Here we go. And of course, this is all in Foundry. We do Forge. I had to update it and stuff, and I can go over all the mods and everything that we're using. But Hero deck, I made this for her. If you guys want, I can put this somewhere where you can grab it. But it allows her to pick balanced, hopeful opinions for the Hero deck. It uses all the stuff in the Hero decks for the for Pathfinder. So maybe I'll make some videos just for each one of these macros so people can find it and use it because it's great. You can deal 1 card. Carnival, Wisdom, Star, Neutral, and it tells what it is and everything. And then we come back and we reset the deck. And then she can do a full reading, which she had to do this in the game. I need to put in something where she can copy and paste all this instead of just taking a screenshot. But I unfortunately made a monster. So her character totally revolves around the Hero deck with her witch, just stylized, and her character and everything, backstory. But this allows her to do a reading. And it even says if the card's inverted or not, which is the terminology they use in this AP. And then what that means. So it gives her like each card, whether it's regular or inverted, and then what it means, and it gives you a rundown of the overall reading, and then how to explain. So I spent one night, I got all this to work for her, and she has been loving it. So it's been fantastic. And then, of course, I use macro for a lantern for everybody so that they can put a light source on that can change if they want. And then I have a macro, my armor macro changes my token for me, and she has a macro that changes her token that I made for her, which is real simple. So if anyone wants me to do some videos on token changing macros or anything you want to figure out how to do in game, go ahead and drop me a line, put something in the comments, and I'll make a video just for you. Either way, I'll probably get into a video just over all the characters, make sure everyone will let me go over their builds. And it looks like it's going to be a fun game. We're starting doing some more RPing with them, trying to be real knit into it. And yeah, it's going to be great. I'm excited to play this character because, I mean, I am going full bruiser, kind of beat your face kind of guy. Level 2, I got 22 HP, and it's only going to get worse. But also, Aegis is really cool. I don't think it's overpowered. It's really frontal heavy, but it's going to let me not have to pay for my armor, though some of it will advance slower. Like, I'm not going to have true heavy armor like plate. Right now it's technically, it is half plate, I believe. What do we got here? Yep, masterwork half plate. So at level 1, that's what I functioned as. Level 7, which is going to be level 11 for me, I get technically full plate. So I technically have got a 1 AC difference between here and now. I just can't get there. So it's a little bit sad, in all honesty, but that's okay. All the other bonuses from it, it's going to make it to where I can carry a shield and not have to have the feed input or anything. So it'll be fun. Either way, enjoy your games, whatever you're playing on, and everyone have some fun. Roll me some dice. Welcome, Adventure. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin. And today, as we get started, I am going to do, I guess I'll call them, I don't know if I've done this before, a Reddit raid. There's sometimes some really good questions that I see on Reddit that I and other people like to answer. And I find them asked a lot,
when you look through either Reddit or forums constantly like I do, you'll see it a lot. And I wanted to make some videos with some mentions to it. And I have done some videos for this a little bit in the past, and maybe I should do singular, but sometimes I don't think the explanation for the question is going to be quite necessary to be its own video. Maybe I should start doing shorts again. But regardless, we're going to take a look at the first one from Reddit. Napot42, does enhancement bonus transformed as a special ability count toward the limit of a stackable enhancement bonus? Specifically, they mention a Feral Champion War Priest, level 8, and they want to use Beast Talisman. So what they're doing with their War Priest ability is they're adding to the enhancement of the weapon. Specifically, they asked if they convert a +2 bonus to their sacred weapon as a disruption special ability, does it still not stack, or are my resulting claws some +6 disruption weapon? So there is a few really good explanations. MLang 1000 does an excellent explanation. I believe I've done this in one of my videos before, but I ran into this with explaining this to my wife when she played her Magus last time. This is what you're looking at for your sacred weapon. I'll go over that real quick in a second. Weapon can enhance a weapon with any of the following special abilities, and then it gives you your specific. My wife played Eldritch Archer Magus, which has a little bit different than the actual Magus, but they work very much similar. You're adding, depending on how much you have. In this case, say if you have a +5, then you can take a mundane weapon, which she's done before, at a +1 enhancement, has to be magical, and then add +4 in either additional attack and damage or in weapon enhancements. So, like this. You have your enhancement number. In this side, consider it like 5 slots that you can get up to. Enhancements bonus stack. So when you go to 1 and then you go to number 2, it's just giving you an additional +1 to your attack and damage. This can be anything up to 5. Maximum is 5. Now you can have enhancement bonus 10 weapons, but that enhancement bonus is not numerical. That is going to be adding effects, like I have over here on the right side with Bane and Fleming. 1 second on that. But to have a weapon magical has to at least have a +1, specifically states that in the rules. And then you can have this up to +5, but it's not necessary. After you get a +1 weapon, you can either increase your attack and damage if you need it, or you can use training, which is +1. I recommend using training if you can. Love it. But you can also add enhancement bonuses like Bane and Flaming, which a Magus gets access to, which a War Priest gets access to. Secondly, these kind of classes are the best way to have Bane on a weapon because you can change it depending on your fight. But either way, in this case, this has +2, so it's 2 to attack, 2 to damage, and the enhancement bonus has got Bane, which is +1, Flaming, which is +1, and that's +2. This is a +4 weapon. That does not mean that I couldn't add an additional, Flaming to the weapon. And make it a +5, and then do it again. So if you have Flaming, Electric, Acid, whatever, you can do that. And you're going above that +5 that the War Priest mentions because you're bound by having a +10 weapon, a maximum enhancement bonus you can have. So the to attack and damage is only +5. You can have a +1 magical weapon, that's mandatory, and then have +9 worth of enhancement bonuses like Bane, Flaming, Electric, Cold, all that stuff to your weapon. In fact, we've done it. But War Priest and Magus not allow you to go over the +10. So it's good to remember in a high-level campaign like she did. I believe she was 1 over. We accidentally increased her enhancement bonus 1 too many. So when she used her ability, she kind of had 1 to spare. You need to either hit Mythic. I actually think there is a way to get class or an archetype to be able to overcome that +10, but I can't remember where it's from. Or you're looking at something for level 20, and that's the only way you're really going to get it. But the enhancement bonus works just like that. Consider them either the same kind of pool, but you're adding them in different places. Their weight's the same, so a +2 is a +2, but you can only get to +5 for the actual attack and damage, and then you can get all the way up to +9 if you need to for the enhancing of an ability. to add abilities to it, like Bane. So remember that whenever you're looking over them. I see a lot of people that get confused with it, and I understand it. I go through this my party, or I used to a lot with them, explaining how it worked. We're all kind of vets by now, so it's no big deal. But especially when you're playing with a War Priest and a Magus, you're going to be preparing your weapon in knowledge that you're going to be enhancing it yourself as you. That is my advice on answering that. And the next one, your Marshal versus Caster. This one's from Fairy Branch. So spellcasters are obviously just better than Marshals. But are there any 20th level Marshals as a 0 spellcasting build that could reasonably match up with a 20th level caster? Insane damage, weird movement and stuff, whatever. Can you match such a spellcaster in their wacky game warping powers? As people are going to mention in the comments below, yes and no. So I have a player currently going through, and he's playing a type of warrior, I'll get into that build in a second, that does not have any casting abilities, but it can do lots of little things. He's kind of building it off of a Mandalorian kind of ideal, where he's using the abilities of the character to kind of mimic what he would have if he was having a jetpack, or if he could fire certain things, just that, although some of them are a little ridiculous because of what they can do. But when it comes to being a spell, or beating a spellcaster, as some people like to put it, recent spellcasters are all, or especially full spellcasters, are all considered above your Marshals because of their flexibility and do certain things. You're not going to really get a full Marshal, generally, that can teleport, that can open gates, that can mesmerize, or put a beholder into your robe. But that's not to say that they're not doing most of the damage. Yeah, I can build a caster and I can deal good damage and everything, but your Marshals are dealing the damage, and your Marshals are usually the ones that are up front and taking the brunt for you and applying for your defense. Your wizard can create alternate planes of existence. He can shift you between realities. He can disjunct you to some alternate dimension to allow you to through. Yes, your fighter can't do that. But if you stick them toe-to-toe with a Baelor and your single save gets failed as a wizard, you're probably dead. And I've seen, well, it was a 6th level caster, one round of Baelor at higher levels, actually. I think 2 of his 3 or 4 attacks that he had at the time. But I know a lot of people don't like full Marshals, and I understand that they don't have a lot of flashy things. Here's one way to get around that if you want to play a fighter. So, as a fighter, you're going to be getting things that are increasing your low slaves. You can build it so that it's not bad. My current fighter that I'm playing with in the, Mummy's Mask game, he is a Iron Caster. This is going to be a little bit of a build where it is a fighter and a brawler. Maybe I need to make a build specifically for this. But it's going to allow you to spend some of your points that are derived off your constitution, which is a natural enhancement you're going to use as a fighter anyway, to do amazing things. This is a build from Cartman Beck's Guide to Ironcaster. There's some other ones out there. When the Paizo forums come back, this hopefully is still going to be on there. You can find lots of things when it comes to their flexibility. But these builds are going to allow you to use Marshal flexibility and a resource pool based on your constitution to be able to do a lot of different things, from flying, use telekinesis he used last time. He's been using it to not teleport, D-door, so dimensional door, party members, myself even once. And so as he advances, he gets better and better abilities. He's used it to gain feats, put Bane on his weapon. It is a great way to add these magical effects that your fighter normally doesn't have. It's a great build. He, I think, is missing the fact, because he normally plays half casters, so they get up to +6, like the War Priest in their last section. I don't think he's played a Magus, but those are the kind of characters he normally does, and I think he's missing some of the buffs, which I had a tendency to debuff him, so there you go. This character has no buffs. He's just flat out good AC, good damage. It's really well built, and if you just want to play a Marshal and you want to play a fighter, Iron Caster build being able to do these wacky little things, including, I think he used suggestion on a monster a game or two ago. So it's really well. If you want to play something else, look at a monk. Unchained monks are fantastic. My wife's the only one that's taken a monk to level 20. My next campaign I run, there's probably going to be one or two that pick a monk for reasons once I tell them what we're playing. But it is a way for you to play a martial character, does not cast spells, going to get all of these extra abilities, feel very magical with it. And there's lots of different monks that you can play. But a monk, you can be jumping around the battlefield, doing all of your ridiculous martial damage. And she played a mantis kind of build that we did. I believe she was a ascetic style, so she got a lot of weapon interactions. It was ridiculous. She dealt tons of damage. I think she could get up to like 130 dice or close to it in one round. It was just a monster. She loves playing super high damage characters. My party can thank her for all of the extra HP that monsters have, because if she wants to deal that much damage, then I have to add stuff. Otherwise, she just kills everything. But monks are great ways to play a martial character and still be able to have these extra effects. You can cast, using Qinggong, the ability to give yourself bark skin. So you are self-sufficient. You've got lots of things like being able to fall from any heights, feather fall. All of these don't have to have some super natural or super spell-like thing to it. It's you hardening your body. It's you using your focus. So you don't have to play a caster. Or it can definitely be a way that you can use if you have a low magic campaign that you want to have limit on actual spellcasters, and they're excellent classes. But either way, just because you can't create demi-planes and cast wish does not mean that you're pushed to the sideline. Does not mean that you're not important. I love martial characters. Martials are fantastic, and everyone should love their martials, because otherwise you're going to die. Okay. Next one. This is going to be my last one for this video. Yeah, it's long enough. How do martial armies still fight in a world where magic can solve? And I have a player, and he says magic solves everything. I'll get into how to get around that with some stuff, but as a GM anyway. This kind of goes back to what we were just talking about. If you've got your normal fighter, what good is he? If you're using, and this kind of goes along with what level of magic in your campaign you're looking at. I tend to play high magic because my players love magic. I'm not going to put a party of super high magic always in a low magic setting. Case example would be something like doing Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, and you're adding D&D type magic on there. This is from Campfire Writing. First image I found for it. But they specifically state, this one's by IDG Captain Russia, talking about the kingdoms and how footmen would be your normal fighter. You know, they're just peasants, they're low-level fighters. But with all of your magic, why would you even have them if you have wizards that cast Fireball? Well, as people will mention, a wizard is not generally going to be common. That's why they hid in towers. That's why they were court magicians. That's why the things they did were so spectacular. And you want to play in a super high magic campaign, like my guys last time did, then they're fighting a lot of super magical builds and magical monsters. I mean, I had magic, heating homes and everything. It was very common. It was a mix of magic and tech, really. And so it was super common, but the mundane people could do things like this, like I talked about with Ironcaster. I gave them the ability that, almost like, you know, you have your anime and they have their special attacks, or they have the ability to increase their strength or give themselves damage reduction. It's not magical. It is sheer willpower and training. And also when it comes to mundane, there's lots of builds to add that kind of flexibility. And so I did it to make it to where you have reason for people to not just have magic, their own special interest, their own special devotion. That is what gives them the power. That's why they have their damage reduction. That's why they have their rage abilities. That's why they're a monk. So this can work. Sometimes you just want to, instead of just using your standard soldier for things, make them something else. Everyone has these extra class-like abilities for non-casters. And can it resolve or make things mundane? Kind of obsolete? Yeah. We're going through the desert. Our poor GM, we cast a first level spell, and no one has to worry about being hot, being cold. I can sleep in the middle of the desert at all times. I can cast a cantrip, and no one's going to starve. No one's going to run out of water. Cleric for the win. And it's just one of the things that there are spells and magic that gets over and around everything. But you can still have martial armies that are still worthwhile. You can find marshals that are proficient in the ability to taking out wizards. If you have a high-level campaign. I had my party fight a lot of them in my last full campaign. And so they fought people that were resistant to magic. And if magic is common, magic defense is common. So your fighters that can do all this rage, that can, like a monk, jump 40 or 60 feet and get a full round action, spring attack, all of this stuff. They're also going to have magical defenses. In a high-level campaign against magic, my players are not the only ones with magic. I told them last time, and they wondered. They're like, wait, there's this. Yeah, there's magic defense. Yeah, in a game full of guns and a game full of high-level magic, everyone knows to use a spell that whips bullets back or gets rid of the ability for someone to use firearms against them that you have to get past. Or players are going to have shields that get rid of missile, because it's so common. Are just some of the things that you can do. Validate having a large martial force still in a game with high fantasy. Either way, enjoy your game this weekend. Roll me some 20s. Welcome, Adventure. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin. And today I'm going to be doing another Reddit raid. And I have a few questions that I thought were pretty good, and I find that come up quite a bit. And it's one of the things that we can argue about a lot on our table. We're going to be going over delaying your action during a surprise round, a little bit over your CR adjustment for your party. Maybe you're having a little bit issues with the standard or suggested CR for your adventure. We're also going to be going over combat in water, everybody's favorite, and a little touch on incorporeal creatures. By rules, what they can do, and what's left up to interpretation. So, let's get into it. Heinekai specifically was asking about bestiary whenever it comes to, main point I was asked, bestiary, if it is, or if you make your own enemies. Secondary part asking how you know the strength of your enemies. I keep finding bestiary underwhelming. It can be for a lot of players. He has a 6th level party. They're raiding Merfolk Town, but the bestiary, Merfolk are 1/3 CR, and then the bigger ones are going to be 3 CR. Besides sending too many enemies at them, the way I make this challenging is to boost them. This is actually kind of a bad example because they will be in water too, so I am talking more in general. Dealing with your party's challenge or having a challenging fight is something that a lot of people have to deal with. It's very difficult for some GMs. When you look at customizing your game, we have rules for this. It will go into it fairly decently about your CR and having your different levels, whether it's hard or epic. But there is a baseline that Paizo is going to be using for what they consider a normal party. In general, I think, especially now with all the books and content out for a slightly dated system like Pathfinder 1e, you're looking at competent players that are going to be a little bit above the bar for a lot of the content in a standard AP. This does not mean that things like traps especially cannot TPK your party, or that the occasional monster and just bad decision making or planning of your party will not affect them. But I find that more often than not, my party is dealing with harder encounters. A lot of my challenges that I do are probably by their scale on hard, epic, real deadly encounters, but it just depends. I use things that adjust my monsters. And it's like I said in the Reddit, and a few people have mentioned before, whenever you're adjusting your monsters, it's going to be something you have to do according to your players. I adjust the power of my monsters to fit my party. So, as I mentioned to him, if you have a party that has an extremely high AC, I'm going to be adding an advanced template to it. Advanced template increases all your saves, it increases their AC. But I add things like advanced templates. We can go through some of the rules and add different abilities to them by adding different templates. And this is how I adjust for my party. And I have to do it specifically for my party. Because if they have a lot of attacks and they deal good damage, but their HP and their AC is extremely low and they don't have a way to heal, then if you send some advanced big characters or advanced trolls after your party, you might be looking at a TPK because now they can't hit damage. They have no way of healing. So you might be better off in that situation having your players deal with a lot. The book suggests adding a few extra monsters to it. Just copy them from the book if you're running an AP, or take whatever your calculator says and add a couple monsters to it. That should allow the characters that, like using Chain Lightning or something, and like my kineticist just getting Chain for his Elemental Blast, I can now work several characters at once pretty easily. But it's going to be a way for you to add to the degree of difficulty without creating a single monster that is too powerful for your characters. Because you wouldn't want to add something that had too high of a CR, because the standard attack means they'll never be able to miss, which means they'll always be dealing consistent increased damage. And then they're going to be harder to hit, have more HP. It's just something you have to adjust. My party, usually, I have to do both. They usually have obscene ACs and saves and DCs, so I always add advanced templates to my parties. They almost never play anything or fight anything that's on level that would be considered normal for them. It really is a practice thing. I recommend that you adjust for your party. If you have an OP party, I am running this currently in Mummy's Mask, or I'm a party member, and we shred everything. Everything. We have character with obscenely high AC, and he whines a little bit when I hit him in other games. But the truth of the matter is, it's going to get boring if you can walk through everything, and all you're really doing is checking for a higher number for whatever you did for damage that round. And so normally these players, they're increasing all of their stats, their attack and defense, and my wife especially her attack, every single time they play a character. So I recommend that when you have a party like this, that instead of just going with the flow and letting it get kind of boring whenever everyone can just one-shot everything, add an advanced template. If there's a slightly stronger monster and they're mixed in and you see, oh, well, there's generals in there, and then they've got a few of the little guys, those guys can't do anything but hit maybe on a 20 and they can get one-rounded, make them all generals. You know, add an advanced template to them. Increase the number of the generals if you need to. This is going to extend your encounter. I always aim for 3 rounds, and sometimes you're looking at more, but I do it so that the party does not feel like they are just walking through. I want them to feel a little bit of danger. So I use advanced. If they can heal a lot, I add advanced and I add things that will deal extra damage. If you're adding extra monsters that are lower CR, some monsters have abilities that are going to make a fight much harder. I will increase those numbers because you're using them tactfully to annoy, deplete resources, and increase the difficulty for your players if it creates difficult terrain. In his example, it was merfolk. Underwater combat, we'll get there, is annoying. And having opponents that can move or hinder you in underwater is going to be detrimental to your players. Just don't lock them down too much because that'll annoy them just. Next, before underwater, we're going to get to delaying action. So this is going to be on a surprise round. Profile Bomb Die B3000 is going to be asking about delaying during a surprise round. Can a character delay their action during a surprise round to act first in regular combat? They give an example for it. They think no. A lot of people kind of went with my consensus on this. And generally, whenever you have a surprise round, that's going to be above this line, you don't get a full round. So you'll get a movement or you'll get an action. Okay. You roll your initiative. Everyone that's going to be acting during the surprise round gets their initiative, and then they act. Well, if you can act during your surprise round and you would like to wait, that's fine. Except that when you delay, and now you want to be at the top of the round, whenever you delay to the next round, you're going to be at that position from then on. It changes. Delaying your initiative changes where you are in the throw. So if A wants to be coming after B, then A can delay and it'll be B, A, C. When you delay to the next round, it's the exact same thing. If you delay all the way until it gets to your turn again in a round, then you lose your previous action that you were saving for the round and you start over again, which then, of course, you can still delay. Maybe you're waiting on a specific action. Maybe you're watching a door. There are situations where that comes into effect. But if you want to act first on the next round, it is possible. But I would not let you use your full round action. So if you would normally just get around, and especially if you're playing a character like I am, where a full round action means you're much more powerful, then just getting a single action, or if you're playing a martial, and you're already within 5 feet, just getting a full round is going to get you so much better of a round, and you want to delay it, that's fine. But what you're doing when you delay is you're taking that action that you have for that turn, and you are delaying it till later on. So when you take this surprise round and you delay until the start of the next turn, I would only allow you to have that single action. That's what I would do. That's what most everyone pretty much agrees with online as well. When this question comes up, and do a search, it's come up quite a lot over the years. I would just take it. They can still get their single action, but they're going to be starting over. Is it worth it? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe you're starting this and you delay to the top of the turn because you are going to be going before everyone. Doesn't really matter because you're still going to be using this single turn, but you're having to wait. Maybe A needs to wait until everyone else gets into reach. My character casts haste in my Mummy's Mask game. So even though I'm going to pretty much go first, the reason I want to go first is because I want to be able to cast haste. And sometimes I have to wait for everyone to get to me. So delaying for that is good. But yeah, so that's how you would do that. You can delay. Remember, when you delay an action, that, or if you delay in response to say when A is going to attack B, then your action is going to go off right before. So your initiative now is right before A. This is just how initiative works. You're delaying, you're changing where you are. This is the reason that I like having a VTT, because it helps to show your encounter. A board works fine, but I just prefer the VTT. Now we're going over something that everybody hates, and that is going to be swimming encounters. This character goes through a way where they're asking about a player entering water, which requires a move action, and then they wish to swim, half their speed down, takes a round action, but if they fail by 5, the easiest thing for you to remember whenever you're doing this is to look at the skills for swimming, and then look at the aquatic terrain. Now, aquatic terrain is going to give you this beautiful table. Freedom of movement, of course, is going to negate everything. If you have a swim speed, congratulations, your moving's fine. Your piercing weapons are fine, which is weird, but why most creatures in the sea use melee piercing weapons. If you're doing ranged, you're just screwed. Congratulations. That's just how it has to be. So ranged is horrible underwater. You take -2 per 5 feet, as it states in the rules. And then when you make a swim check, you can move quarter. Quarter speed is going to be during your move action for that round, or you can move half speed as a full round action. Line is right here. Swim check, you get to move 1/4 speed, 1/2 speed. That's fine. None of the above is going to be a catch-all for things. You're going to still have a little bit of difference whenever it comes to your -2 to attack, but piercing weapons don't take the -2. So if you're martial and you have an extra one, that might be good for you to carry. But you're always going to have a -2 for your attack if you're using bludgeoning or slashing, swinging a sword, which most of you are, and you're also going to be taking half damage. Freedom of movement negates this. So it's just a thing. Creature with firm footing, you're not going to really have it. But either they're walking along the bottom, which you're going to have an ability which does that. You brace up against a ship's hull or something. Then your movement, because you're walking on something, either you're walking on the bottom, maybe you're weighted down, then you move at half speed because you're not trying to swim through the water. And then you're still getting your -2, your attack, and your half damage. Whenever you come up here to swim checks, if you're at the surface of water, fail a swim check, you start to sink, you can just let yourself sink if you want, that's fine. When you're underwater, you can hold your breath for a number of rounds to twice your con score. So most of us, you're looking at 20 to 28 rounds, but that is if you don't do anything. If you decide you're either going to have a swim action, a full round action, action, then you take another one. So you're getting the ability to stay underwater every round, takes half of your hold breath score, and then anytime you do anything that round, not individual things. So move and attack is not 2. Move and attack is 1. Attack is 1. Move is 1. It's just taking action underwater. That's going to take away one of those rounds that you have to hold your breath. Then after that, you start to make checks to see if you are drowning. Look up drowning. You do not want to fail a save and be drowning. It's horrible. But if you're underwater, you have to hold your breath. Whenever you make swim checks, they give you a small table. Calm. Most people just use calm. Sometimes I'll use rough water, but I don't do it too bad. I'm doing an Emerald Spire level that uses some rough or swiftly moving water, which some of your underwater hazards are listed here under the aquatic terrain. Very similar. Most things really just go off current. And that's exactly what this is mentioning here, basically. So rough water, having some kind of current to fight to, maybe it's sloshing back and forth. Riptides and Undertow are just giving you specificities for it. Whirlpool, fairly similar, only it's got a little bit of an action to draw you under. Most of the time, if you can remember this table as a GM, you're probably going to be okay. Or remember that you're adjusting depending on how fast the water is, like you would with the current. So it's not that bad. Also remember, if you're near the surface of the water, then they're going to be getting a bonus. Where's the bonus? There we go. Water. There we go. Attacks from land. If you're floating at the top, or if you're wading chest deep water, then you have improved cover. That's +8 to your AC, reflex. You are still going to be taking that -2 to your attack. You are still going to be taking the movement penalty, but it's going to be providing you with good cover. I will actually have a lot of times where I'll have characters with piercing weapons or archery or something shoot from water, and just to give them cover. And then, of course, if you go down, you have complete cover. So that is something whenever you have characters that don't want to go near water because they don't want to, I antagonize them until they either figure a way to draw them out physically or they go in after it. Most of the time, especially later on, your players are going to get the ability to cast spells, take care of that. Not a big deal. But water's not that bad. Just remember, if you can use something like Air Bubble or Freedom of Movement, or if you want to play an Undine and get it a swim speed, it's going to give you spades in the ability to play in water. You should always have that in a water campaign. Almost forgot. Spellcasters. If you're going to be casting a spell, if you cannot breathe, you need to bring Air Bubble, Life Bubble, something like that. You have to make a concentration check, DC 15 plus the spell, to cast underneath water. So remember that your GM will impose different swimming checks. If you fail a swimming check, you're going to be sinking. You can still make your attack round. You're just not going to be able to move. So you're still going to sink, go away, or go with the flow of water because you're not able to fight it. And then, of course, you're not going to be able to make any kind of movement and difficult terrain. So there is no 5-foot step. We're going to go to our last question real quick, which I thought was good. And one we ran into last session, I believe, while we were playing Mummy's Mask. We've done this. I've used it a few times. Incorporeal critters. And they enter or pass through solid objects, but must remain adjacent to the object's exterior. Does this mean it can move along a wall as long as it stays near the edge? So, pretty easy. A little bit of an argument when it comes to whether or not they can move vertically. Let's take a look real quick. So incorporeal creature has no physical body. It can be harmed only by incorporeal creatures, magic weapons, creatures that strike magic, spells, spell-like abilities, that kind of things. It has immunity to all non-magic attacks, even when it's hit by a spell or magic. So tossing something at it doesn't work. You have to actually hit it with magic, and it only takes half damage from a corporeal source, usually you, except energy channel. So bring a cleric. Although it's not a magical attack, holy water can do it in corporeal. There you go too. Corporeal spells do not cause damage. That do not cause damage only have a 50% chance of affecting an incorporeal creature. Or spells and effects such as magic missile affect an incorporeal creature normally. They have no natural armor. Everything's deflection with them, so it's usually going to be off of a charisma or a high charisma character. Low or no charisma characters do not make good ghosts if you're going to do that later. It can enter or pass through solid objects, but remains adjacent to the object's exterior, so it cannot pass entirely through an object whose space is larger than its own. We usually say still a 5-foot square. It can sense the presence of creatures or objects within a square adjacent to its current location, so that's important. But enemies have total concealment from an incorporeal creature that is inside of an object. In order to see beyond the object it is in and attack normally, the incorporeal creature must emerge. If it's inside of an object, it has total cover. But when it attacks a creature outside the object, it has cover. Different cover rules. Remember, there's still targets getting +4 AC. So a creature outside or with a ready to action can strike when the ghost reaches out to attack, whether it's moving completely out of concealment or if it's just attacking and it gets this cover. Incorporeal creature cannot pass through a force field or force effect. It passes through natural armor. Everyone knows is going to be either magic armor, deflection, touch. That's what we have those things for, or dex. It passes through and operate in water as easily as they do in air. My next thing's going to be over this, and some people may argue with me, so leave them in the comments. It cannot fall or take falling damage. Falling damage is obviously because non-magical, or it's not generally magical, but regardless, creatures cannot fall. Okay. Incorporeal creatures cannot make trip or grapple attacks, nor can they be tripped or grappled. Yep. Sorry, Fet. In fact, they cannot take any physical action that would move or manipulate an object or its equipment, nor are they subject to such actions. We went through that. Incorporeal creatures have no weight. They don't set off traps and that are triggered by weight. They move silently. That's good for you if you want to be sneaky with them. So that's it. No strength score. Yeah. Or it has a strength score, sorry. Its dexterity modifies its attacks, ranged attacks, CMB. Non-visual senses such as scent and blind sight are either ineffective or only partially effective regarding incorporeal creatures. They have no innate sense, or they have an innate sense of direction and can move full speed even though they cannot see. This goes along with them being inside of a square. What this means is that your ghost can be out in the world, fighting you, terrorizing you, and go inside a wall. Naturally, in a wall, it can move up to the player and attack from inside that wall. Meaning the player can't normally see it, but if they know where it's going to come from, they can ready any attack. So what that means is they can move out, and since this wall is only 5 feet, they can pass all the way through it. A lot of people play incorporeal very much like ethereal, which is okay. I've done it before too, but they will go and mean that they can pass through any solid surface. What incorporeal really means is they have to stay next to that outer surface. So this wall is 10 feet thick. He can technically not pass all the way through. He has to go to the end, come through, and then he can pass on to the other side. It is putting a restriction on him. Most people, including myself, when it's necessary, allow incorporeal creatures to completely pass through larger structures like this. But what this does mean is that you're able to move into a wall, gain a better position, and then attack. If you do not have an attack ready, and there's a player that you are fighting, then if your ghost comes out, they are not going to provoke an attack of opportunity, even if they have combat expertise or anything like that, because they're in a wall and they're basically just stepping into a point of them being able to attack you. This goes the exact same way if, say, this is the ground and your ghost is underneath you. He can attack you directly below you or right in front, or he can come up to your level. Even if your character, like in our last game, has a pole arm, if he comes here and then moves, you would provoke an attack of opportunity. If he comes up here, he does not. Reasoning is because he is in an area that supposedly has full cover for you in his current state, so you can't attack him until he attacks you, or moves into a square that you threaten. Now, what this does mean is if you have a pole arm or something and he is going in, unless he uses the retreat action so that he does not provoke for that one round, then he's going to provoke whenever he goes in and starts to move for his turn. But that's the way that's going to work if they go into the ground. Now, that didn't say anything about flying. When you look at ghosts, while they're incorporeal, don't have a fly speed. That's your cover rules. They don't have a fly speed. There's a little bit of an argument on if incorporeal creatures have flight. I'm going to say that if you're incorporeal, and you can do this however you want, but if you're corporeal, since you're not affected by gravity normally, there's other instances where that is talked about, you cannot fall or take falling damage, and you move through water and other objects as you move through air, I'm going to say, also not being able to be tripped or anything, I'm going to say that you move through objects in any way you want. So I allow my ghosts to fly. Whether they have a fly speed or not, their movement speed is just their movement speed. If they have a fly speed, and then they get turned into a ghost, whichever is faster is the one that I use. But this means that I'm going to allow my ghost to fly. Since they can't take falling damage, if this is now a pit and he walks off, if he can't fall and he can't take falling damage, it doesn't make sense not to allow him to just fly in any direction he wants. But that also means that unlike being able to drop double speed, I restrict my ghost's movement to whatever their movement is. So if they can walk normally and they're unimpeded by anything, if they can go through one layer and they're unimpeded by anything and I can move them around and they know and can sense where party members are, when they have to fly, then it's whatever their speed is. If it's 30, it's 30. If it's 60, it's 60. If they have to go down, they don't get 120. They only get 60. The reason I do that is because nothing impedes their movement and they're unaffected by gravity. Therefore, they move the same no matter what. So that's just my view on ghosts and incorporeal creatures. We've dealt with them before. Always remember to bring something against the undead, and they're always fun to deal with. I love to have them hiding in walls, and especially on the ground, and attacking from below. And I constantly do that to my players because it's a way to give the advantage to a monster that, in toe-to-toe fight, once they have magic, is probably not going to be that big of a deal unless they have a special ability. Either way, enjoy your games this weekend, guys. Roll me some 20s and tell me how you do.
Remember, like and subscribe to both channels, GM Goblin and Goblin Plays. Check me out on Twitch. Check the links below and join our Discord. And visit me over on Patreon for macros, GM tools, and extra content you find on GM Goblin.
Needing help with your potions? Having trouble filling your hex quota? Estranged from your cat? These are common issues that I have a cure for. Stick around as I show you how to witch in Pathfinder. A witch is an arcane spellcaster that gains her power through communion with the unknown. Witches can take on a number of different roles, from blaster to buffer. Today we are going to go with an archetype I have played before, the Invoker. Invoker gives up 3 hexes, but Invoker allows you to spend a swift action and commune with your patron to receive a bonus that increases as you gain levels. We will mostly utilize Curiosity from the Invoker list for the DC increase to the hexes, as well as the bonus to the spells from our patron list. A witch comes with a D6 hit die, so they're a bit squishy. They have a number of class skills: craft, fly, heal, intimidate, knowledge arcane, knowledge history, knowledge nature, knowledge planes. They have profession, spellcraft, useful, and use magic device. Use magic device, UMD, is when we want to have a character that can use scrolls and wands that they normally can't cast or have on their spell list to cover a wider area in the party. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of skill points, as we only have 2, but since intelligence is our main ability score, it will be the highest, and we will continue to pump it up each single level. Witches cannot use armor or shields, and they can only use simple weapons, but you're not really going to be using those, especially not after the first level or two. Next, let's cover a witch's patron. When you first become a witch, you select a patron. The list here is the theme of the patron, the actual name or who it is to you, or if you even know something about it, is between you and your GM. You need to decide this when you create your character. The patron theme provides you with a list of spells. These spells are added to your spell list for free at level 2 and every 2 levels thereafter. Starting at level 1, we get our Witch's Familiar. I'm going to pick a Compsognathus. My kids love dinosaurs. This will act as a way for us to commune with our patron. Whether you use it as your watcher or your teacher, your familiar also functions as your spellbook. That means that all your spells are kept inside your familiar, so don't lose it. And each day you must commune with her in order for you to be able to prepare spells. Gotta commune for 1 hour, just like a wizard reading a spellbook. Your familiar at the start stores all cantrips on your spell list, 0 level spells, and 3 first level spells of your choice. Speaking of spells, you start off level 1 with being able to memorize, use for the day, 3 cantrips of your choosing, and 1 level 1 spell slot. Bonus spells are given depending on your intelligence score modifier. Aside from your patron spells, each level a witch gets to add 2 spells that she is of the appropriate level to cast to her familiar. She can also add as many spells as she wants that's on her spell list, as long as she gets them from scrolls or another familiar. I also rule that we can get them from wizard spellbooks, but I have a house rule that allows you to rip pages from your spellbook, slowly destroying it. Now let's get to hexes. Hexes are magical tricks that can be used multiple times without losing them. Normally, they take a standard action. They do not provoke an attack of opportunity. They have a spell DC 10 plus 1/2 your witch's level plus your intelligence modifier. Hexes are supernatural abilities, so they are magical, but they are not spells. They are not subject to spell resistance. Their effect cannot be dispelled, and it is not subject to counter spells. That makes up for the bulk of the witch, as hexes and spells just grow with you as you level. Now, let's conjure our character. First, let's go with the tiefling this time. They have a bonus to dex for our AC and touch if we use it, so that's good. We're going to have a +2 to the intelligence bonus. Charisma is negative, but that's not a big deal. They gain dark vision, they get some nice resistances, spell-like abilities, and a little skill bonus. I'm going to replace Fiendish Sorcery, since I'm not a sorcerer, with an alternate racial trait, Prehensile Tail. You're going to have to ask your GM about this. Most of the time, there's no issue with it, but we always allow our players to use alternate racial traits as long as it's applicable to their character. Stats. With our bonuses from being a tiefling, we're going to end up with 9 strength. We will end up with a 18 in dexterity. Our constitution is going to be 13 for now. Our intelligence will be 18. We will increase it as we level. Wisdom is going to be 12. Charisma all the way down to a 5. Traits. We will take Pragmatic Activator so that we can use our intelligence score with UMD, since we do not have a charisma. And let's also take Student of Philosophy. So once again, I can use my intelligence score, which is my main focus, instead of charisma on diplomacy and bluff checks. It was a hard pick between this or Cosmopolitan for linguistics, but I can always use a wand or a scroll to understand and read different languages as I level up if it's necessary, depending on what kind of campaign we're on. But if my fighter-heavy group does not have charisma, no one is going to be able to use diplomacy or bluff, so this allows me to. For our familiar, since we're going to go with a compy, we're going to get a +4 to our initiative checks. It's a dinosaur. I recommend, especially early on, keeping him close in a pocket. You can get even a specialized item to hold him in. That way he is nice and safe until he gets a little more HP and you don't have to worry about him dying all the time. We're going to pick the theme of our patron, which will be time, as I want access to haste, because once again, I was running a heavy melee party. Some of the others are not bad. I can cover them at the end. Spells for first level. Let's go with Mage Armor, and I'm going to go with Cure Light Wounds. While I won't be doing a lot of healing with this guy, You can make designated healers out of witches. It could help at low levels for my party. Or you could go with something like Snowball for damage. We also will get a little bit of extra slots due to our intelligence, so we'll be able to memorize more spells. Remember that each spell slot, since we are prepared, when we prepare a spell, we fill a slot that we have open with a spell, and it's the only spell that we're allowed to use for that slot until we have our 8-hour rest and we get to do it again the next day. For our first level feat, we're going to be taking extra hex because we want to get Slumber. This should always be your first hex, in my opinion, unless there's a difference in your campaign, because it has a 30-foot range. Now, you can only try it once per opponent, but it is low-level GM Bane. At low levels, you're going to be putting together or putting to sleep all the goblins and everything else you meet, and so each round you can just safely knock down and decrease the difficulty of your encounter. Once again, at level 1, we're going to get the Invoker ability, allowing us to give ourselves a buff 1 minute at a time, 1 minute per level of our character. This is going to increase the DC, slumber, of our hexes at level 1, and then any of the spells from our patron, which is time, will also increase during that time as well. That's the reason we had to take the feat for our Slumber Hex, as we initially lose it due to our archetype class. This will happen 2 more times, once at 8th and once at 16th. Now you have everything you need. Go forth, slay some goblins, but in case you want to stick around, let's take this a little bit further. Level 2, we will get our free patron spell, Ventriloquism. We will grab Hex Vulnerability and Command for our spells. We will also get another Hex, yay. We're going to take Fortune. Level 3 spells, let's take See Invisibility and the ever-useful Glitter Dust. For feats, we're going to grab an extra Hex again. Let's grab Cackle. This way, we can buff our party members using Fortune that we grabbed last level. And if we keep them within 30 feet, each round, for our move action, we get to extend Fortune on them. This allows us to buff them. Now, once we stop buffing them, they can no longer have this benefit for 24 hours, well, till the next day. But this is a great buff for any of your melee. Now, at level 4, we're going to get a new hex. We're going to take Flight. This is always useful. And next level, level 5, we're going to have Fly by the minute, times our level, that we can use on ourselves without having to use a spell slot. Speaking of spells, we're going to take Web, and let's take Aggressive Thundercloud. We will also be getting Silence for free this level from our patron. This level, we get our first ability score increase, or ASI. Let's raise our intelligence by another point, and let's go to the next level. Level 5, we get 3rd level spells, so we will take Dispel Magic, and let's also take Fly. I know that last level we took Flight Hex, so now we can fly ourselves, but we want to be able to have our meat shields up in the air between us and the enemy, or to be able to get to the enemy quickly. Normally, they cannot do this themselves at this level, so we got to help them out. For our feat, we can either take Ability Focus, if our GM lets you take it, to get a better hex save. Now, you have to take this Ability Focus each hex that you want, since each one is considered a different ability by Raw. We could also take Spell Focus if you find yourself using specific schools or you know where you want to go with your magic. Me, for this guy, I'm going to take a Cursed Hex. A Cursed Hex lets you reuse a hex on an opponent who's saved and doesn't require more resources or extra actions like casting our first level spell that we got. Level 6, we get Haste for free. Woot. Free zoomies, guys. We're going to also take the spell Heroism. It's going to be good for our party, and we're going to take Tongues for utility. For a hex, we need to have Misfortune. If anything can't sleep, Misfortune combined with our Cackle is just going to make it much less of a threat against the rest of our party. At 7th level, we get new spells. Confusion. Every GM's Bane. And you will love this spell. We're also going to take Death Ward. For our feat, I like to take Improved Familiar. This feat lets you pick a new familiar from the improved list to replace your old one. Don't worry, he has just evolved like that one game, you know. I like the Puka The Puka is like a flying rabbit girl. She not only can fly, but she can use invisibility at will. She has a high stealth. She can be your scout. She can also use magic devices for buffing. And remember, she uses your ranks on top of her charisma for that ability. She can use your Wand of Cure Light Wounds on your downed fighter, so you don't have to give up your action. She can distract and annoy monsters. Also remember, since she is invisible, as long as she does not attack, she can technically Cure Light Wounds on that hurt fighter, and she's still going to remain invisible. She has fast healing, so if she ever gets into a jam, she can just run off with her real quick fly speed she's got, and she's going to be back to full health in like a minute later. She has damage reduction, which is pretty good for her. She has spell resistance, though it's not that great. They make great familiars. They have all the slots as a person if you want to get janky and give them magical items to use, miniature bags of holding, all that kind of stuff. I've even used her poison attack to take care of swarms before in a campaign I was in. I had run out of spell slots, and so she was the most effective way for me to combat swarms. At 8th level, you get threefold aspect for free. That's a 24-hour increase to your intelligence. You kind of age yourself, and it stacks with everything. Not bad if you're worried about your save DCs. We're going to take the spells Black Tentacles and Scrying. We lost a hex again, but now our increase from our Invoker ability goes up by 2 for the DC increase. Our ASI increases our intelligence another point. 9th level lets us grab some 5th level spells. So we're going to take Break Enchantment, and then we can also do Telepathic Bond, or we can take Baleful Polymorph, depending on the kind of campaign you're running. Maybe you need to keep in touch. You're doing some stealthy stuff, having to split the party. Let's take Improved Initiative, because we should always go first. At 10th level, our first greater hex is going to be Agony. Agony can shut down an opponent with not allowing them to take actions. They get to save each round, but we're going to be bumping our intelligence for our DCs. We get to have a bump for our DC from our Invoker. It's going to make it harder and harder, hopefully, for them to make that save. Spells, we're going to get Teleport for free. Yay. Let's also take Overland Flight. In case we don't know where we're going, we can get the party there much faster. No long trips. And we're going to take Summon Monster 5. You also get Second Invocation from our Invoker archetype. Second Invocation allows you to put 2 facets of your patron. So instead of just taking Curiosity all the time, you can take that and something else like Bridge or Decisions. Level 11. Let's take Dispel Magic, Greater, and we want Summon Monster 6. We're going to take the Split Hex for our feat. Split Hex does what you think. It allows you to use a regular hex on another creature as long as they are within 30 feet from the first. Level 12, we get Disintegrate for free, so we can vaporize some guys. Let's also take True Seeing and Animate Object. True Seeing may take away all the glamour of the world, but Animate Objects is going to be nice for us too. If you're like me, you don't like to walk. I'd much rather have an animated throne walk me around instead of me having to use my own feet or some horse. We will also take a major hex, Retribution. This will let us debuff opponents so that they deal themselves half melee damage that they dish out. Though we shouldn't hope our fighters get hurt, it's nice when plans come together and we end up dealing some damage back to the bad guy. Another ASI, going to Intelligence, of course. Level 13, let's take the feat Witch Knife. It's going to help our patron spell DCs out again. Let's take 2 7th level spells. We can pick Bestow Curse Greater and Summon Monster 7 for spells. The new summons are good, and with the mass debuff, we'll already have that higher DC. So hopefully we can get multiple opponents at one time. Level 14, we get the spell Expend. I have never found much of a use for it. It's pretty specific in my opinion. But we can take the spell Shadow Body, which sounds pretty good. A nice way to get some survivability in case we need it. You could even use it to help deliver touch spells if you use them a lot. We should probably take Greater Teleport. It's just going to up our ability to get around without or with less errors, we can take Icy Tomb for our Hex. Level 15. At this level, we should probably use our feat to take something in the spell focus chain. It's going to help us very much in late game with our saves. 8th level spells we could take, Create Demiplane. But aside from the fact that it's cool, you may not have use for it just yet. There may be better ways for you to get your rest in. But it's so cool, and its bigger brothers are better anyway. So how about Summon Monster 8, and let's take Maze. Maze is so good, just don't throw it on the enemy's wizard. 16th level, we get Temporal Stasis. Not too bad, but we do have to touch someone. Though it could be used to save an ally, let's also take Irresistible Dance. I've got a pretty good story about a party using this spell to take down a 10,000-year-old rune lord. And let's also take Mind Blank. Mind Blank is good if you have GMs like me that have high-level casters that are trying to find and screw with the party. No Hex again, but this is the last sacrifice we have to make for our Invoker, and our ability goes up to +3 now. We're going to get the ASI to Intelligence once again. Level 17. Okay, boys and girls. We get our first 9th level spells. Let's take Summon Monster 9, and let's either take Mass Suffocation, or let's take Dominate Monster. Find something evil, dominate it, and take it as your new pet. Throw that and our max level summon spells at a creature or an encounter, and just sit back, relax. For our feat, let's take Amplified Hex. Doing this will allow us to burn through some of our weaker level spells if we don't need the utility, and this way we can try and make our spells, whatever they are, stick. At 18th level, here we get our last patron spell, Time Stop. Use this and lots of pets for effect. It's great, but really getting a few extra rounds doesn't hurt no matter what you decide to do to it. Time Stop is an amazing spell. And since normally we don't get it, Time Patron is a great way to get access to that spell. Let's grab the Grand Hex Life Giver. Once a day, it lets you bring a party member back from the dead, and it does not cost a component. Let's also grab Maze of Madness and Suffering. That's a fun one, because sometimes you just want to make things go away. And let's grab either Mass Suffocation, again, or Dominate Monster, whichever we didn't get before. Level 19, we can grab the feat Split Major Hex, finally. Pushing Agony or Ice Tomb on multiple opponents at one time is great. We also are going to be taking spells Create Demiplane, Greater. As our group needs a place to rest up in peace, let's also grab Heroic Invocation to give our party a little boost. Don't worry about the fatigue after. You can fix that with a little magic, UMD, no problem. Now, drum roll please. Level 20. Level 20, we get access to a Grand Hex, Animal Servant. If you don't mind picking something like a gorilla or something, you could get nice servants, do the whole Beauty and the Beast thing. And who doesn't like to be waited on hand and foot after struggling through all those levels? Fill your castle in another plane with animal servants. Grab you a few more spells. Enjoy life as a level 20 witch. But now, you should have a plane to call your own, an army of servants to take care of your every whim, and a patron on speed dial, basically. I know that witches don't have capstones. They're one of the few that do not. But with Grand Hexes and access to some of the pretty nice 9th level spells you get, it kind of makes up for it. Also, since we get an ASI for level 20, and we've got round numbers on most of the other things that we want, let's go ahead and throw that on Constitution, because why not? We're going to round it off. It's going to help our concentration. It's going to give us an extra 20 HP at this level. You should probably also increase that with a belt along with your dexterity when it comes to items. Now, this has just been kind of my rundown of a character that I have made and played before the last time that I built a witch. You can and should change your feats and spells out for whatever fits you, the theme of your character, or the theme of your campaign. But this list does give you a view of what you're going to be getting into as a witch, and it's pretty good. You will also be spending all your ability score increases to get your intelligence, unless you need just that 1 point in dex for ranged touch attacks, if that's what you decide to go with at the end, like we did with Constitution. But whenever I played, I was the caster of the group. I wanted to make sure that I could haste my melee friends. My wife was a paladin at that time. If you're not in the same situation that I was in, you might want to go with a different patron, either the Aurora patron or the Autumn patron. You get access to a few more damage-orientated spells. It will be good for all of your feats that we went through and with your invoker. I also did not go over med to magic feats, as I ended up buffing a lot in my group. But some of the good ones are Quicken, Intensified in case you want to take advantage of increasing the damage for your snowball. Reach is also a great one. Also remember, you can buy rods, since we're level 20 now, you can buy rods that do this several times a day. And so if it's more situational and you're not using it all the time, you can go ahead and save those extra spell slots for the higher level buffs or debuffs that you're going to be using. Some items outside of your standard, some people don't think about it, is a mithril buckler. I know, you can't use a shield, but if it's mithril, it will be light enough that you can wear it and it will not provide you any spell failure. You will not get a check penalty for it, and then you just enhance it with magic as you level, like a normal class would or a normal character would. You will want bracers of armor eventually, probably. There's some other types that you can do. Braces of armor go up to +8. You will not be able to wear armor normally, because I think most of the time you're going to end up having a spell failure chance. There is some caster specific armors or robes that you can get that your GM might allow you to have access to. You're going to want a headband of intelligence. It should be the first and the fastest thing that you enhance as you level. Intelligence is our everything. We have turned it into our UMD and bluff skill. We use it for all of our hexes and spells. It's what you need highest at all times. There is a Cackling Hag's blouse that will help you, especially early on at levels, if you're wanting to get some extra use out of your hexes and you cannot give up your move action for that turn. There's Gloves of Storing. It's going to allow you to store wands or rods or scrolls and then pop them out at an instance. Also, and I hate it, but Rod of Absorption, it comes in handy if your GM allows you to get hold of one of those. Target spells, it can just absorb them and allow you to use them, or the spell slots, at a later point. A Rod of Abrupt Hexes, good for Quicken 3 times a day. Go with Blur Wands, Mirror Image Wands, any of the other spells that you want that you do not have on your list. That's why we focus on having a high UMD. We put points into it. We took the trait to it. Don't waste it. Get as much use out of it as you can. If you've got some spare money, don't even worry if you've got another caster in there. Just make sure that you can cast anything that you will want at a later date. Also remember your Puka, which is why I took it. It's stealthy, it's invisible. She has a UMD, so she can use those wands for you in a pinch. She can even cast something on you with a scroll or wand if you get unconscious or enthralled in some way. Well, that is our first video on succeeding as a class. Remember, there are many different types of witches, and you can play any of them and follow any theme. They are fun thematic classes, whether you build a grave-walking body snatcher or a witch focused on hexes. Just remember, when you're walking in the woods and you see a little hut that wasn't there before, turn around, walk the other way.
If you like this video, check out my others. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. If you have any tips or requests, drop them in the comments below. And until next time, may your crits be epic, your adventures legendary, and your gaming table filled with laughter.
Remember, like and subscribe to both channels, GM Goblin and Goblin Plays. Check me out on Twitch. Check the links below and join our Discord. And visit me over on Patreon for macros, GM tools, and extra content you find on GM Goblin. Welcome, Adventure. I'm your GM Goblin, and today we are going to be covering how we can play Pathfinder, or any TTRPG, actually, while not spending a whole lot of money, or in many of our cases, playing and being broke. I saw this on a Reddit here recently, and I figured I would cover my views on it and my experience, which for someone who has played Dungeons and Dragons starting back in 2nd edition, quarter of a century, I'm pretty sure I've done just about a little bit of everything. So let's take a look at some of our options. One of the first things we have to deal with is going to be a map. Now, we can all do our own stories if we have to. We can all
make things up or find something online. But maps, being that there's a lot of space and strategy to your game, whether it's how many squares you can do or how many you can move and still keep things there. And I've done Theater of the Mind before. Maps are one of the hardest things that people can do, and then they don't want to spend a lot of money on it. And I understand. One of the things that you might look at are the pre-made kind of eraser maps. Now, some of them come out like this, where they are either a roll or a sheet, or in some cases, cardstock, that have a map, usually on both sides. And usually they're glossy, so you can put a dry erase to it. But that is something that I've got some over the years, and I found them on discount, but they're a little pricey for something that you might not use. Now, I do have buildings that I will break out every once in a while, and I use them to just set up quick buildings, and I use it on my map. But they're not what I recommend for people. If you're going to buy one thing for your games, this is what I recommend. The last thing I showed you is about 20 bucks. This is probably about 20 bucks. And you might be able to find it a little cheaper. If you can, or if you've got some other cheaper versions for this kind of stuff, put them in the comments below. This is just a dry erase mat. This one is 23 by 27 inches. You get one of these, you get dry erase markers, $1 a pack at the dollar store. And this is what I used for a large portion of my D&D history. And I've gone through several of them, either because I lost them, my child decides it's going to be using permanent marker to draw on. But this is what I recommend. If you buy one thing, and this is the one thing that I think you really need to play, then I would get this. And we'll talk about books and stuff here in just a second, but if you're looking for a way to be able to play, then buy this. And I think you'll be good. A lot of people are going to say, well, what about figures or tokens? Well, tokens, if you want, you can buy them. This is a pack of tokens, $2, $2.25, something like that, off of eBay. You can find people that have lots of these tokens that you can get just in sheets. And you can find them game stores, bookstores, and a lot of times they go on sale. I've gotten stuff like this, just like my tiles, that they were selling for a quarter, tenth of the price almost. You can find them online nowadays. You can use cardboard. So I have used cardboard to make figures. This dollar hot glue gun, you can make 3D terrain if you really want to. I've also used cardboard itself and just paper to draw out the image. The only difference is, obviously, you can't erase it, but you could make the map yourself by using this. This person used acrylic caulk, filler, and a plastic back canvas. I mean, a little bit of know-how, a little bit of paint, obviously. And then take a yardstick, draw a line on there, go over it with a clear acrylic, and you're going to make yourself a map that you can use dry erase on, and it only costs you a couple bucks. It does take a little bit of know-how. You might have to have a tool or two to do it, but it's an easy way to do it. Like I said, I've used just paper and cardboard. Drew out the squares, and then you don't put anything directly on the cardboard because you're going to ruin it. And then if you have other cardboard, we all get Amazon. Take that and use a marker, color in a building or something, and use those or those general shapes on top of your cardboard mat. Doing that is going to allow you to change your scene up and still keep something. I've done this for impromptu games within the last handful of years. I've done it with my kids just to play around, just by pulling out a sheet of paper and drawing a little map. Just having a map or something you can use as a battle map, and then, I know some purists, using a ruler or something to measure your distance, eyeing it a little bit, then you're good. If you're a Warhammer 40K player or something like that for tactical tables like that, then you know how to do that. When it comes to miniatures, which is another thing that people always get onto, there is lots of stuff. Now, these are $17 to get a print of these, and these are little cardboard miniatures. You can go find at used bookstores older token sets that have tokens, like I accidentally showed you this in advance, and like this, which these are really good. They're just printed tokens, and they're not too expensive. You can find them all over the internet. You can buy a set of 25. A lot of them will come with plastic bases like this, or some of them you just fold. And they're designed to be super cheap. You can buy and print these at cardstock at Staples and find free prints or free patterns, then cut them out. Fold them, a little bit of glue. Congratulations, you're done. If you've got a 3D printer, then you can print out tokens. They have tokens, not just big 3-dimensionals, but these simple ones that will not cost you that much filament or resin. And you can either buy these, which this is actually purchased off someone, or print them yourself for next to nothing. But like I said, if you're running low on cash or you've got an impromptu gain, I have used bottle caps or tokens, dry erase, put an emblem on it, wipe it off, put something else on it that you need. I've used coins, whatever size I need, slugs from if you've done any electrical work, cutting out pieces of cardboard. Take your coin or bottle cap or whatever and trace around it, cut it out, put it on your cardboard mat or your expensive $20 mat that you did, and use that. There's no monetary reason you really not to get into the game. And if you need your players to provide a pack of markers or something, tell them, hey, I need the markers for us to run the game. Someone needs to get me a thing of markers. You don't want them to like pay you to play a game unless you want to be paid to play a game. But it's an easy way. You can do this with next to nothing or impromptu stuff. I've done it tons of times. I played for a quarter of a century. I have been a broke kid and a broke adult and been able to play. And then another thing you can do is Roll20. Roll20, now it's not the only one, but it's my favorite for free. Roll20 is a virtual tabletop. And especially like I've mostly played with a lot of people that are all the way on the other side of the country. Roll20 is free. You can draw, you can create tokens, you can size them, you can get maps. We all Google Maps and just copy and paste. You can go buy maps and everything if you want something specific or if you want some real pretty ones. But there is enough free content for you to play forever and never have to worry about having to use the same map over and over again. I know because I've done it. I have played online games for almost a decade now. And even before then, I could find maps online. So Roll20, if you're willing to do a virtual tabletop, is great. I have an old table and an old TV that I turned into a virtual tabletop. And so my at-home games are run on a virtual tabletop with tokens or whatever I'm using for those tokens right now. But I also have a 3D printer. And that's what I run my games on. And the table didn't cost me anything. The TV was old and it needed to be replaced or tossed anyway. And so I think it cost me the time to cut it and a couple boards for reinforcement. And then I had a big piece of acrylic. And so I made a table. I mean, you could put a piece of acrylic over a TV that you're using. Or if you used really light tokens, cardboard or something, for your characters, you could put it down or take your TV and set it down and run your game on a virtual tabletop with each player controlling their character and moving them around everywhere. And you'd be able to have everyone right there with what you already have. Everyone mostly has a phone. Most people have either an electronic device or something else, and you can run this from a phone. I run Foundry, which does cost, but I can run Foundry from a phone, a tablet, or a PC. And so that's what I prefer to use. But this Roll20 is free, and it is excellent. It does everything and more that your normal dry erase board is going to do. And if you're willing to put a TV on its back or build something for it, then you can have that in your home. I've seen people that literally either have made a box for their TV and it sets up, and then whenever they play, all they do is take it, turn it, set it down on their big dining table, and then that's what they use. And then they set it right back up. Take a 46, 50, 60-inch TV or whatever, and then that's just what they do. When it comes to rules, congratulations. Even those of us with books, we use online. It's cheaper. I can put hyperlinks to everything. And I don't have to worry about it. I put everything into Notion or ClickUp or some other file and I can click to it and look at all my resources digitally. All my stuff is digital now. I have PDFs. Some of them I found or were given, but I have PDFs of tons of books, especially stuff that I have had for decades from 3rd edition, and I keep the PDFs on my computer. You can see all of this. For those of you that are running 5e for some reason, you can look up and look at D&D 5e wiki, and you can see stuff all day. D&D or 5e tool is one. Looks a little bit different. I like the layout, but you can get classes, species, all your magical items. Reddit is a great place for ideas for things. And then same thing for Pathfinder. Pathfinder, I use D20 PFSRD right here. I have all the rules for Pathfinder. I have all of the 3rd edition rules, or the 3P rules for Pathfinder 1E, which is what we always run. And this is what we reference in chat, anything else. This is it. I mean, there's even a lot of the rules just out here. Although Pathfinder has always been very open. So you could always get all the rules to Pathfinder, which is another reason why it's amazing, guys. And you can get 1st and 2nd edition, all your rules just right there. You don't need to buy a book. They have made it to where you can play. And then you buy a book because you want to support them and you love the game. And when it comes to adventures, this is just the first thing that I pulled up. And this is Tyler's Adventures. I do not know any of these adventures, so I can't say how good they are. But, nope, never mind. That's what I was looking for, right? Okay. And, of course, Paizo is busted today. But you will find people with links to free adventures. Paizo has multiple free adventures, APs. I think all the We Was Goblins stuff is free. You can find free things on the internet where they'll have links to Paizo adventures. You can do the same thing for 5e. You can find stuff from the old Dragon magazines. There's tons of old stuff, especially, that is no longer printed, and it is just out there, like all the Dragon magazines. And they have tons of adventures in them, especially if you don't mind doing a little bit of work with it. And I mean, I have tons of books. I have these books. I have books in my wife's room. But a lot of it I either did just from my own imagination, writing my own stories, or I found stuff online. You can get full free adventures, no problem, run online. All of us can play, as long as you're willing. There's no reason, whether you're using bottle caps for tokens, cardboard for maps, or drawing it on a piece of paper and using whatever you want for little markers, then that's fine. Just play. Join all of us. All of us are together playing. So roll some dice this weekend. Play a way you don't normally play. Invite someone that was a little skittish about getting in. Bring them into the table. Make some new friends. Welcome, adventurer. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin. And today, we're going to do our third episode of Reddit Raid. If there's any specific Reddits or anything you want me to question, or sorry, answer, leave it in the comment below, leave a link, and then we can take a look at it. If you have any issues with any of my advice while doing this, then also leave it in the comments below. Remember, like, subscribe, and let's take a look at our first of our Reddit today. So this one is going to be about Dispel, specifically Dispel Evil. This person says that Dispel Evil, that states,
Third, with a touch, you can automatically dispel any one enchantment spell cast by an evil creature or any one evil spell. Spells that can't be dispelled by Dispel Magic can't be dispelled by Dispel Evil. Saving throws and spell resistance do not apply to this effect. This use discharges and ends the spell. Top answer is pretty good. And what it comes down to is Dispel Magic. You can dispel magic to end one ongoing spell that has been cast on a creature or an object, temporarily suppress magical abilities of a magical item, or to counter another spellcaster's spell. Don't worry about that. And then Dispel Evil specifically states what he said. So what he wants to know is, does this mean that only that I can only dispel the spells that are considered evil or enchantment spells? That's the gist of this. And specifically, yes. So, as we're going to look up here, Dispel Evil is going to have an alignment of good. There are a lot of spells that have that. Technically, if you are a good character and you cast a evil spell, that's still an evil spell. I don't play with a lot of the alignments with stuff, but it does help to have these kind of tags on there when you're looking at how the spells interact. Since there are good and evil spells, not just casters, that means that all of your evil spells, this is going to automatically dispel, at least a single one, and an enchantment spell cast by an evil creature. So any enchantment spell cast by an actual evil creature, so alignment is evil in some way. And then any evil spell, this is going to dispel. And so there's a reason that you don't just want to say, oh, look, bad creatures. Most of the time as players, as adventurers, we are fighting evil aligned individuals, which means that everything they cast would be evil? No, because then this would be ridiculous, because saving throws and spell resistance do not apply to this effect. So it's automatic whenever it comes to dispelling this. Yeah, so that's the way this works. It's going to be specifically for either evil spells and any enchantment spell cast by an evil, and then it's just automatic when it happens. It's pretty good. Alignment and Bane weapon enchantment stacking. This is our second one. It's going to be by Jazz Like Fox 661. Is there any official rules or facts for how multiple alignment enhancements like Holy and Axiomatic or different Bane properties interact together? I've seen people generally lean towards former stacking and latter doesn't, but I can't see anything in the rules that would indicate why it wouldn't work like this. So first, forgot I had to pull this up. We're going to look at Bane. Bane is a +1 level adjustment for your weapons. You can also add this if you're a Magus, a bunch of other classes. But you are going to pick a designated foe, either aberration, animal construct, whatever. And this enhancement bonus only applies to that creature. This enhancement bonus is going to give you a +2 of the actual attack, and it's going to give you an extra 2d6 points of damage to the foe. So if you have Bane Outsider, Bane Dragon, and you have a Draconic Outsider, you are only, technically, unless your GM wants to waive it, you're only going to get a +2 and a +2d6. Once again, for a game that has almost all the rules fleshed out for your entire world, we can see an errata for Bane where they talk about this. And while you can have multiple Banes on one weapon, which is good, I guess, to cover your bases or be able to cast it, multiple Bane effects do not stack. So it's only going to get that +2. It's only going to get that 2d6. So that's the way that works. Now, counterintuitively, same thing is going to happen. So since they're Bane effects, you've got, this is alignment based. This is going to be your base for Holy. Well, specifically, this states your chaotic evil outsider and your chaotic outsider and evil outsider subtypes do not stack because it's both coming from Bane. You are going to be getting holy and axiomatic to work together with the infusion. So now, if there was a attack bonus, I wouldn't let the attack bonus to come from it because you're still coming from the same thing. But when it comes to damage, you are going to be able to do this. So this is axiomatic. You're looking at lawful. And then holy is obviously going to be looking towards evil. They're doing this specifically for like devils. So if you're in the right campaign, your +4, technically +5 weapon is now going to be an additional 4d6 to the attack. I would allow it, and I think that the rulings and the way it's worded kind of lay into that as well. And I can't find anything that says otherwise. Either way. Different armor bonuses. This is from Creative Seesaw, 1895. He's old. Is there a list of all the different armor bonuses and how they are applied in touched and flat-footed protection? I'm talking dodge, natural, deflection, moral, and all this other stuff, not just dex, armor, size, and shield, which seems to be the only 4 that shows up when people are trying to explain these in different situations. So we're going to take a quick look. They're specifically asking about touch attacks, and I'm going to use my character in Foundry VTT, just one of the ones on a random world that I've got. But let's take a look at armor description. So enhancements bonus applies to your armor, increases your actual armor bonus. Armor bonus specifically is going to be like what a normal attack touches. This does not affect touch. Deflection is going to not only improve that, but it also improves your touch AC. Natural is specifically for your standard attack. This does not do anything for your touch. An easy way to think about what affects touch and what affects normal. Most things affect everything because they're trying to hit you. So not only does that sword have to touch you, make contact, but then it has to get past your armor, your thick skin, spell, whatever that is. Deflection works on your touch because it is magic that forces you away. That's one way to think about that. Dodge bonus is obviously going to be able to affect both, though there is a limit when it comes to dexterity for your armor, but we're not worried about that right now. Your size bonus affects both because it is easier for you to touch a colossal creature than it is something that is the size of a fly. So let's take a look at the character real quick. This character has an AC of 27. As we can see on this, he's got hide armor. It's got 4. Encumbered. Let's do that. Here we go. So let's take away all the penalties for anything. So he has got his base, which is 10. That's all of us. And then hide armor, which is 4. Ring of protection, that gives 5 deflection. And so that goes to your normal armor. Haste, which is basically a dodge for a +1. Your hide armor, we've already got that. Mage armor is up to 4, except they technically do not stack. Okay. A lot of cuts with this video today. I'm doing some stuff off screen. So with the normal AC, as we can see, you've got shield and mage armor there. Now the only difference is that mage armor and your normal armor are not going to stack. But then when we go over to touch, it does not take into effect your armor or your natural AC. Reason for this is it's like a game of tag. So if you can touch the person, that's what stops it. Now, your haste, all of your dodge bonuses are going to work on it. Your ring of protection is going to work on it. So anything that gives you a natural deflection bonus, the monk's AC bonus, the natural deflection bonus, that is what's going to take care of it and what's going to increase that. Nothing that gives you just an AC from it. Now, you look at your shield spell, which gives shield AC, which is technically separate than your armor AC. But it doesn't stop touch. Now, what it does stop, because it's still kind of a force effect, it is going to stop incorporeal touches. So you'll have to think this in. You're going to do a lot of that kind of stuff. I've actually done it before in games where we had another, where it was like an incorporeal attack. It was specifically for that because we wanted to make sure that the individuals knew the difference for it. Mage armor does something different. Because shield and mage armor, they're taking place of your actual armor and an actual shield on your body. One, they don't stack with what you naturally are wearing, but they do stop incorporeal. So that works. Like I said, if it's that complicated, you can remember that all your force attacks are going to stop it. But otherwise, these are adding just regular shield AC to your character in place of your armor. They do not stack with your armor, but if you have +1 armor, like you're wearing leather, and your wizard friend casts mage armor on you, congratulations, you're going to have a higher AC because of it. But either way, that is AC. If you have any other questions, make a comment below if you have anything that I need to explain outside of it. I think that's the only ones that I had pulled up for today. And if you have any other questions for it, or if you need me to go in depth for the armor, kind of like I did with the enhancement for weapons, then go ahead and tell me. Okay, I do have one more. My bad. Profi Bombdieb 3000. It's going to be, does sickened condition reduce ability damage dealt? So, sickened, the character has a -2 penalty on attack rolls, damage rolls, saving throws, skill checks. So they're wanting to know if this affects similar to any kind of damage for when it comes to your, like a sickened shadow. Does it deal less ability damage? That is not how this works. This is specifically for weapon damage. This is going to only work on weapon damage. So even though, like a kineticist, for the purpose of feats, can be considered a weapon, there's some other spells that you can do this with and builds. This does not apply for that. Same thing for if you're going to be doing any kind of weapon drain. They don't get a -2 from that 1d4 strength that shadow or whatever he's going to be doing to you does. You're just going to take less physical, less actual strike from that weapon. So your sword, 1d6, takes -2, and then, you know, that sickened or whatever you're doing to them does not. So that's how that works. Real simple, real easy. Can't think of any other ways that works. But either way, have a good weekend. Everybody roll some dice for me and enjoy your games.
Remember, like and subscribe to both channels, GM Goblin and Goblin Plays. Check me out on Twitch. Check the links below and join our Discord. And visit me over on Patreon for macros, GM tools, and extra content you find on GM Goblin. So the last few videos have been on what I use as a GM for my digital assets and the VTTs that I use. In this video, I'm going to be going over Foundry. So if you've been interested in finding a VTT, or if you want to do something like this, then stick around and let me show you why this is my favorite VTT. So as I said in the last few videos, the last several years have put a lot of us into either going fully digital or mostly digital with our tabletop RPGs. And today I'm going to show you Foundry. Foundry is my preferred VTT. It's what I mostly use, not just in my online games, but it's what I also use for maps on my gaming table. My gaming table, I have a screen that I built into it, and I project Foundry onto it and use it as a map for all of my players whenever we do at-home games. Foundry is also what we have switched to this year and what I prefer whenever we're doing our virtual games. If you haven't seen Foundry, so this is Foundry Virtual Tabletop. And if you've ever messed with any of the virtual tabletops or if you played with Roll20, this is going to be a little step above what you're used to. It takes a little bit of a learning curve, but it is super worth it. It makes a lot of things easier on yourself and on your players when it comes to digital play. When you come to the website, Foundry VTT.com, you can check it out. You can look at a demo of it. Right now it's set up for Pathfinder 2e, but you can get into the game and you can play around with it either as a GM or a player, and it'll give you the idea of what a sheet looks like. Now, if you're getting into it and you want to see what it can really do, or if you already have the software purchased and you want to step up your Foundry game, there's a lot of people on YouTube, all over the internet, Discords, forums that can help you, that will give you assets that you need, how to do things. There's lots of Patreons if you want to purchase custom stuff that individuals have done and created for Foundry. And as I said, it is purchased. So Foundry costs $50 US. And I mean, it's Christmas, so might as well get that favorite GM of yours something nice. But it is definitely well worth it. As my players and I have moved to it, we have just come to love it. It's going to have all of your games into it. These are going to be your systems from your normal 5e. It has Pathfinder 1st edition, 2nd edition. It has a ton of game settings that you can just automatically hop into. When it comes to hosting a game, this is one of the things with it is when you first get it and download it onto your PC and you get licensing, you're going to be able to open up your PC to your other players. They will log in to your computer and they will be able to see the world and hook up and get into your game that way. Self-hosting is fine. My internet runs a little weird out here where I am, so I actually run it off of Forge. And there's multiple different ways that you can do. There is self-hosting, like I just mentioned. You can also do this if you're a little more tech savvy, and there's complete walkthroughs online that you can put this onto a server, some of them even being free, and you'll be able to have your players log in. It does not take much resources for one of these servers to run your game, so you don't have to worry if you're going to pay for a server somewhere and set it up. Like I said, there's walkthroughs, and you can find videos on YouTube, and it is going to go through everything you need. And even if you have to pay a little bit for a server, you don't have to pay that much. Like I said, not a lot of resources. It's real easy. I use Forge because it allows me to connect to it. It is established. One of my other players use it with his other game, and it also lets me not have to worry about setting up the server for it. There's other services. I went with Forge, and they have several different packages that you can do. As a player, you do not have to pay anything if you are joining a game. Only one person has to buy the license for your Foundry. So in my games, I bought the license at the beginning of this year, and I have used it for our main game. And then whenever something happens or one of my other players want to run a game with us in it, then I've just made them an entire other game out of it and whatever edition they're wanting to play or put on. And then I just have GM access granted. And so we can all log in, and I can log in as a player and they can log in as a GM, and then they can do whatever they need to do and change everything up and set everything up and run the game. And my other guys don't have to buy another license. But if you're logging into somebody who has already got a license, it's totally free. You'll just sign up, create your account. You'll get a link from your GM. You'll go to the game. They'll invite you. You've got several different levels. I use Storyteller every month because it allows me to have a much bigger storage for their server. You get 10 gigabytes, which is quite a bit for me when it comes to storing material. And you can store everything on Foundry. And this is Foundry. So over here, you can see all of your things as a GM, because this is under my GM view right now. And what it's going to do is allow us to control and measure and create things. We can put in and create walls that obstruct our player's view. You can, over here, house music. You can place music actually in locations so that when players walk and enter inside of a field, they suddenly hear music. You have file browsers, so you can store everything for your games. You've got tables that you can roll or even set up and roll random things, either encounters or loot, whatever you want. You can create journals and you can create shops. You can set up shops that have things for your players to see, so they can walk up to an NPC that you've got linked to something, or they can give them access and they can look at it this way, so they can just click from their journal on the right. You can create, like I said, an NPC that they can walk up, actually interact with, and see what they have to buy or sell. You can create your own items to give them, import things. You've got all of your NPCs that you're using, and they're completely statted out. You have your classes, your races. This current sheet is for a Pathfinder game, actually. This is just one of my test games that I keep up. But it has, you can customize feats and things, and it will tell you if you have too many feats. So it's an easy way to help players if they add too much or too little. You can customize all of your feats or abilities, racial or otherwise. They can add changes to your character, be it either adding to attacks, ability scores, defenses. All of this is programmable real easy. It makes looking at your character sheet and rolling things like attacks, especially when you've got a lot of monsters like a GM might, it makes it real easy to be able to hit a button and roll attacks, and you don't have to have the dice. Be able to see everything come up. And when we look at it, it's all broken down by whatever the abilities that were applied. And as GMs, we can see everything. You can also automatically do advantage or disadvantage regardless of whatever your setting is, because fortune or misfortune in this system. You can add bonuses yourself, or all the systems are going to have your most common negatives or pluses. Whether you're using disadvantage or other, you can also do that as well in 5e. And you can program all these different things to do, add or subtract different things from whatever the attack or ability is. You have your scenes that you can instantly hop to if you really wanted to, and you can make maps like this, as I said. Having them be able to go through a completely moving dungeon that you can, with the click of a button, change everything, or have them changing it. This one I set up so that enemies would drop into these squares, and their party members had to rotate all the tiles to get them through the maze with as little danger as possible. You can set up things like I did with this map, which has liches and stuff in it, and teleporting squares so that players need to have certain keys to be able to go through them. You can set up doors so if the players don't find the key or have it on them, they can't get through.
Do you want to have effects for your game where your ships are firing actual cannons? You can do that. Being able to have lighting effects, not just candles, but to have characters with dark vision actually have that 60 feet of vision. Characters with low light vision, you get to actually see them and how they would experience things in your game that you're running. If you have a player that's a human, well, congratulations. When he goes off to the darkness, he's alone in the darkness. That also means that if your player is separated, then you can see the different motes of light and how they're scattered about the battlefield. It also means that your characters with low light vision have them that connect, and so they can see the difference in light. You got 60 feet of dark vision, then you can not only see where you are and 60 feet around it, but then this ogre can also see everything that the light this player has lit up. As I mentioned in one of my previous videos, with the journals, being able to give your players access to notes, to be able to have them keep their journals virtually and be able to look through them to see things or to see like wish lists that you have access to, and to be able to just click on a character and see what it has and see what their build is fantastic. And Foundry makes it great because I can see what I give them if I give them a letter or an item, and I know that they have access to it, and they can always go back and look. Oh, and then there's this. This is what my character can currently see of the dungeon he's in. Is that a torch? Now my player can see a lot more. So, and as you can see, I added that wall when we started. That wall is a stopping point on your map, which means he can't see through it. You don't have to get rid of Fog of War. You set up the map, and the players can maneuver and look around corners all on their own, and it can slowly reveal the map in real time. And appropriately for your situation, for your edition, you can put in effects. Oh, and one of the other things, especially when I started this, is players are going to want to run around and look at the fact that they can now see the world differently. Spacebar, spacebar. Being able to pause a game and basically just tell your players no is fantastic. You can't attack, you can't do anything unless I want you to. This can stop, and it can let you actually do your BBEG monologue. Being able to set things up might be a little loud, so that you can do cool little interactions or special effects. See that rippling energy that you always wanted to have on your token. But you don't have to play with all the special effects, and a lot of times we don't. But it's something to add to it. You can also add things like moving tokens. Some of them do. Some people use Foundry to make a 3D map. It requires more of a system. And so I usually just stick to this. Plus, my guys kind of like it. It has that nostalgia feel to it. You're running around. They actually like doing tokens instead of just monsters. And so we always mark things with tokens usually. Combat. Combat is easy. You can roll, have your players roll for initiative. You begin combat. Click of a button, you can roll everything. Instantly tells you who's up next. If it's your turn next, you get a tone. It's just easy things that remind your players to get ready, so we know who is who. Being able to target someone. They can adjust their HPs and everything just like they normally would. I also have it set up to automatically divvy up loot. So if I wanted to, I could create a lootable. I have it set up. And when you create a lootable, your players will be able to see it, and then they will see whatever loot you have given them access to, and they can divide up the gold. You can divide up the gold. They can take items that they want. There's also the option for your players to give items to other players. You can give them as much control out of all this as you want. You can check
about their gold, how much they have when it comes to settings. In Pathfinder 1 and 2, you have a higher gold value usually that your characters are going to have when it comes to equipment. And so you can see it as well as see about what's expected for their characters. If you want to set up so that your players can go through a dungeon that you have walled off with restricted views and with doors, then you're going to have to wall it in. And it makes a little bit of work for us as GMs, but it's pretty rewarding. And you can always save your maps for later. This right here is an example of a door. You can lock it. I can set it up to not only require a key from my players, but a specific key. I can add it so that they have to perform a check. I can unlock it myself. And then the players can just open it and walk through. And until they open it, everything on the other side of that door is completely blocked off. I like a VTT because it allows me to make my maps one time. And I don't have to constantly either draw them as we're going, like I was used to with using a mat and markers. I don't have to erase them, or I don't have to draw a dungeon out and then down pieces of paper. Instead, I have my players see this and they don't know if there's anything else to the map. They don't see pieces of paper that block off areas. They don't see that I have certain parts of the mat. Their only perspective is from their character. One of the other cool things is actually having things like invisibility working. So being able to add invisibility to a character. Go ahead. It's great. You're a GM. You can still see it. They can run around. And, well, that's actually his token. Also means that other players, other NPCs, when you click on them and see from their view, they can't see them. I had a great thing where I had my party members infiltrating a mansion and they used invisibility for the first time using Foundry, and none of them could see each other. It was great. They were tripping over each other, knocking things over, causing a ruckus in the house, having to hide from people there. And normally, because everyone can always see everyone else's token, that's not something that you normally get. I have done a map that you normally couldn't do outside of a VTT like this one. And that is, I have had simple chessboard in front of my players. And all they have to do is walk to the other side. The problem is that there's spikes away. The player looks across, see that only a few of the squares have spikes in it. It's easy to move around. Unbeknownst to him and every other player in the group can only see specific spikes. So I made it in a way that puzzles require them to work and negotiate these obstacles with each other. And it's great being able to require them to depend on each other when going through a puzzle, because each person in the party can only see from their perspective. So each person had to lead everyone through in order to keep people from killing themselves. And so they all got to navigate through the puzzle using everyone's perspective and vocally going back and forth and role-playing the situation. Talked about that. Talked about the letters. What I do here. When it comes to creating a map as a GM, just like I showed you with Roll20, it's extremely easy. You're going to save in your file system all the different maps, and you'll pick a map, select it, it will create your new scene. And then if the grid's not right, you can adjust it. You can change how many pixels your grid square is. You can change it by adjusting how your grid looks, how dark it is for your players. You can change it by changing the size of the image. You can align it by using the arrow keys so that you get it just right. I've played back with Roll20, especially when we were getting used to it, and even later on. I had one or two players that always had a problem if the grids on the map weren't perfectly lined up. And you can always save all this stuff to compendiums that you have, use them in other games. You can export them to files on your computer or anywhere else, share with your friends. You can delete them. Real simple. Like I said, it takes a little bit to get used to, but it has made DMing a lot of fun with my virtual games. And it is the best virtual tabletop that I've seen like this. And we haven't really done 3D. Like I said, my guys weren't too into doing full 3D. I looked at some other stuff, and you can do 3D with this. There's tons of assets for it. One of the main things that's so great about this is outside of just what is normally here is your modules that you have access to. And that's some Patreon ones that I've gotten through. But your modules allow you to customize how your game is being run. It allows you to do things where you link tiles and other things from the map together. And this is one of the maps that I mostly got from, I believe it was Bailey Wiki. And being able to have actual levels. As you can see from GM's view, there's several things that say +10 on here and stuff. That is because this map has multiple levels, and they're actually stacked on top of each other, as you just saw. Being able to see as a GM and isolate through each floor and plan things so that your players are literally running around on top of one another. They can do certain things. Being able to have things revealed, to be able to have them explore this for the first time. Oh, no. It's great. My players have loved it. We've been playing virtually for, I think, years now, or close to it, at least 7. So it's been a big step up. And so if you're looking to buy yourself a Christmas present, or if you're looking to get into a VTT and you want to make that initial investment, then I recommend doing Foundry. Like I said, it's a one-time payment, and you can run it off your own computer, give your players access whenever you want. It doesn't bog anything down. I never had an issue with running people off my computer. I did have an issue with some lag issues with one of the other players that they had with me that they did not have with Forge. And like I said, that's probably because of what I have when it comes to internet out here. And if you're looking, like I said, for your first VTT or just looking for something better, try out Foundry. I don't think you or your players will look back. Till next time.
Remember, like and subscribe to both channels, GM Goblin and Goblin Plays. Check me out on Twitch. Check the links below and join our Discord. And visit me over on Patreon for macros, GM tools, and extra content you find on GM Goblin. Welcome, Venture. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin, and I'm going to be going over a macro that I made for my wife in a new Pathfinder 1e game. We mostly play Pathfinder 1e. It's mostly what's on my channel, but I do general GM stuff, and I also do stuff on Foundry. So this is going to be Foundry, our virtual VTT. If you use macros or mods in Foundry, then you may like this. If you're a Pathfinder player, whether it's 1 or 2, or you just want your own little tarot deck, this is called a hero deck. It is specific for modeled specifically after how Pathfinder 1e and 2e does it for their. It has got a lot of rich Pharisee history. We're starting Curse of Crimson Throne, which means it's everywhere. And my wife's focus as her character, which I thought was hilarious. But you can see that it has relation in Pathfinder to the Deck of Many Things. And Zalara, which is a name you find in Curse of Crimson Throne. No spoilers, I hope. But my wife wanted to be able to play with the cards. So I was looking at mods and everything had to be started by the GM or run by the GM when it came to mods to see stuff. And so she wanted to have the ability to do hero readings because that was in her character's backstory. It's in her character's kind of way of making money, as well as a big thing with us going into the campaign. So, being that this is, I used AI and sat down one night and one of the mini macros that I've made for our games, and I made this hero deck macro. I can put this somewhere and put it in the comments. This is the reason I'm making the video. I might mention it in a couple others, but I wanted this one just to keyword everyone to get it out so they can have it. What this does is it allows you to hit the button. You can type your question. The question doesn't actually matter. I didn't make it responsive. Now, if I wanted to use an AI plugin, I could get this to not only draw the cards and to get AI to do it in relation to the questions, but I did the best I could without having to do an AI plugin or something like that, because I didn't want to have to mess with that or the game. You can do a balanced reading, which is your normal, or you can do hopeful or ominous. Especially you as a GM may want to put this and you'll have a randomness and you don't just draw the cards you want. As a player, this allows them to do balance, or maybe they can spike the deck one way or another. You slide a hand against a NPC, but you can draw one card and it gives you like the card, what it means, all that kind of stuff. 53 cards remaining. Okay, well, we don't want to do that. So we go back to the reader. We hit reset deck. Deal tapestry. Oh, hold on a second. See, draw another card. Draw another card. Draw another card. See how we're going down? Okay. Tapestry. This is your 9-card layout. If you've ever seen Hero done with Pathfinder or anything, this is what it is. All these cards are the actual cards. The descriptions have been shortened slightly so that they give you a good reading. And then it's still the description. And also, where is it? Inverted, right here. So it does inverted. So it tells you when it's upside down, inverted, which is the wording they use. And then the card. I didn't put images here. I probably will eventually for her, but she hasn't really cared so much. But eventually what I'll probably do is put them all in there, and then each 52, 53 cards that's in the deck, I will have to have it reference each one of the images and come up. So I can have it do that, but I didn't do it yet. But it gives you all this, and then it gives you an overall reading, which is really cool. So it gives you down regarding the matter, place for the cards, promising, threatening, and it goes through all of it. And then how to explain it. I did this for her as like a how-to, and all of this is programmed into the macro. Nothing else. And then you can do a new reading, whatever. But this macro is really nice. I have some other macros. This one is just a light macro that I'm using. Yeah, it's a little funny, but whatever. That I'm using for characters because I was having some issue with the torch mod, so I just got rid of it. But I do that, and then my character, which I'm going to make another video on, for his Aegis class, has a macro that creates armor and a buff and augments it each time I press the button to exactly the special ability. If you know how to use macros, or if you want a macro done specifically for a class, you can do it. I can make macros that will let you change them so that you can change buffs and stuff. That way, really complicated things can be done with the macro instead of us going and clicking everything constantly. But like I did with her character, she has a wand which allows her to use it. The macro comes up when the wand's executed. It's going to take away one of her only uses, but it allows her access to a specific spell that she can use. And I have it targeting a spell list, which you can't hide this, but for some reason she didn't want to. And it targets the spell list and it casts it from there for you. And it keeps track of how many uses it has and everything. And it keeps track of if she's the right level. The hero deck doesn't have a level or anything, but my other ones are specific for the class. So they have aspects of the class and they read the level of the character so that you can't use something that you're not level for. So either way, if there's any macros we want or we can do, I can start doing some more of them, but I'm going to post a couple more on here. That was just my hero deck. And either way, get out there and roll me some dice. Welcome, adventure. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin of Pathfinder 1e and Foundry. Today we're going to be talking about macro I use and my new class in Curse of the Crimson Throne. So I decided to make this video because, one, I wanted to get this macro out. So let's see if I can refresh. And target my character, hit my Aegis buff. Okay. So this is my Aegis buff. I am playing an Aegis, however you want to say it. In my Curse of Crimson Throne campaign, this is obviously Foundry off of Forge, so Foundry VTT. And this is a macro that I spent one night building. And it accounts for my level. So it will only let me do certain things. Ooh, broken with the graphics there. And it will not let me spin too much. It will not let me use the resources too much. And then, of course, it changes what my character looks at. Like, so with an Aegis, it is built around summoning this ectoplasmic armor. So basically, you do not have to spin or pay for your armor, and your armor, even though you're full base attack bonus, your armor takes place of a lot of feats and stuff. So you get some really cool things like damage reduction, things like that. But your armor is the main focus. So you can summon this as a swift move or full round action. Astral Skin is going to be swift. It has no AC, but you still get your character's special abilities, the armor options. I'll cover special abilities in just a second. The medium starts off as chainmail and then moves to breastplate. And then, of course, Juggernaut, which was the main focus for this character. It is going to be starting off at half plate and then moves to full plate at 7-11 for me because I'm taking a 4-level dip. But the reason this is so cool, this macro, is before, when you had these complicated classes, you would have to change your buffs constantly and do all this kind of stuff. Well, this does all of it for you. This creates an item, Astral Armor. It takes care of your armor check penalty, takes care of your AC, stuff like that, all on its own. Doesn't weigh anything, obviously, and so it will check, and so you get this AC taken care of, because in Foundry it doesn't always like to do it well, because I played around with buffs and then I just decided to make a macro. It makes you a buff. The buff changes every time I click this. Same way with the armor. The armor changed to medium armor, and it changes my AC. And then this buff changes. So when I get extra Constitution, it gives me extra Constitution because of my buff, as you can see there. And the same thing goes with Dex or with Strength, because Aegis can do Strength. The buff makes notes for things that it can't change, like fire resistance, which can change with this buff. And so it makes notes, and then it makes notes in locations where it's not able to change. So like it put a context note for damage reduction for underneath AC for whenever it gets checked and anytime we look at the buff. And so it does all that kind of stuff. It changes my movement speed for me. Can change your movement type, can increase the AC. One thing it doesn't do is ranged attack. It doesn't create a ranged attack for you. I just went ahead and did it myself for whenever I pick that for it. But the macro is amazing, and it makes bookkeeping for my character and swapping so much easier, and it changes my tokens image. These are referenced in the macro, so you will have to change that. Put it in AI if you don't know how to do it, and you'll be able to find it for your own. I could always make one that didn't change the image, but that's kind of what I wanted it to do. That way we know when it's on or not. Let's look at Aegis real quick. Caster customization points, which allow me to change it. So if you've ever done an Eidolon or something like that, that's kind of where it's going. And so you can pick all these things for your astral armor, your astral suits, which you have access to all three of them. What it does. Anything you pick for a customization stays regardless of which form you're on. They each have their own special things like fortification and hardy, brawn and improved damage, stuff like that, which, 3 additional points of damage on a successful hit, which I use a two-handed weapon. So the macro accounts for it, and your class accounts for going back and forth. So it has its own little special thing that it gets as you level up. And then, of course, whatever you pick for your customization points. One of the things that I am doing with mine is powerful build. It has no level requirements for it, but it makes it so that I'm treated as one size larger for weapons that I carry. So I am doing a large weapon build. All of my weapons are large. So I started at level 1 wielding a 3d6 greatsword, and then throw in Furious Focus, and it was going to allow me to hit even harder without a penalty. It's fantastic. It shocked everybody when I deleted the first character with like a crit of 40s. But Aegis can get kind of complicated, and there are certain things that allow you to change up like your buff. And so instead of having a buff for each and everything and a set of armor for each and everything, I made the macro to change all of it for me. Aegis normally can change things using reconfigure. I swapped that out for tracker, which means that I can swap it out for things like dark vision, flight, different movement types, things like that, water breathing, all at level 1. And it allows me to just change things up on the fly. But I'm going to be taking Psychic Warrior. I think I'm going to do a video specifically over the builds for the Curse of Crimson Throne campaign. I know my wife's build. I need to get permission to go over maybe some of the other builds, because we got a Vigilante and an Omdura, which is pretty rare, so it's awesome. But either way, I wanted to show the focus really for the macro, and I want to put it so that if you guys want, you can get it and download the code in the comments below. All you're going to do is make a macro. You click on one of your empty boxes, and you're going to take all of this copy that I've got down here and throw it into that box, and then it will come up whenever you have your character selected. It'll do this. It'll make the buff and everything. It will give you a warning, like I said, because your images are not going to match mine. If you want, stick this into an AI and have it look for changing the tokens, and it will change it. If I get enough complaints, I can go in and change the macro myself and give you guys a straight one that just changes the buff. That way you don't have to change your token. I also made one that changes this character. She's a vigilante, so she goes in and out of different personalities. So, you know, either way, I hope someone gets use out of this. I just had never seen it, never seen an easy way to do it. Check out my other videos. I've got another one where I made a macro for hero decks for my wife. I'd seen some video or websites, and I didn't see an easy way, especially in the game, for a player to be able to do a hero reading. And so I made the macro. Now anyone can do it. No restrictions. It's fantastic. Either way, enjoy your games and roll me some dice. Welcome, Avenger. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin. And today we're going to have another Reddit raid. So this is, I think, number 5 for us. If you happen to like Reddit raids, give me a comment below, like, subscribe, and let's take a look at our first question that we come to. There we go. So, as we can see, Josh Mary has come up with something that is pretty commonly misunderstood, and that's going to be attacks of opportunity. He specifically asks, can a monk choose to not threaten an adjacent square? And he says that if he has a reach weapon, he's got 10-foot reach. Yes, because he has a reach weapon. But reach weapons don't give you attacks of opportunity or threaten, as it's called, within 5 feet of you. It's adjacent squares. But the monk who has unarmed strike threatens normally 5-foot adjacent squares. Oh, I totally forgot my logo cam. Huzzah. So they're asking if they can wait to allow them to move. So attacks of opportunity work like this. I'll pull up Foundry. You've been around at all, you're going to see this pretty often. Attacks of opportunity mean that depending on your weapon and your size, you're going to threaten a square. Threatening a square generally means that if you move outside of that square without solely making a 5-foot step or making a withdrawal action, which allows you to move 5 feet and then move. If you move more than 5 feet, whenever you're going to provoke an attack of opportunity. So, do I have them stacked? I do have them stacked. Move that guy. Okay, just the one. Good. So with this, we can look at a dagger. Melee weapon. It's 5 foot, all adjacent squares is what he threatens with his weapon. What that means is this character, if he takes a 5-foot step, he's perfectly fine. But if he does anything more than 5 feet, like if he's going to make a movement action and he moves all the way over here, because he chose the movement action and not just a 5-foot step, when he leaves this character's threat and range, he provokes an attack of opportunity, so they get a free attack. Same thing goes if this character decides that he's going to move all the way around the character, doesn't matter. If you move more than 5 feet, so you're using your movement action, you're going to provoke an attack of opportunity. It's just how it works. The weapon, melee weapons, 5 feet. Reach weapons, like he specifically mentions, only threaten 10 feet away from you. They leave the 5-foot, your adjacent squares, unthreatened. That means that if you're a polearm user, you need to have his arms, spike gauntlets. In his example, it's going to be a monk. So they're always going to be able to threaten. What this means is that if you have your reach weapon and you're waiting
then maybe you choose to use your attack of opportunity here. Truth be told is, since you have this and this, if you move here, he's threatened to provoke an attack of opportunity. You don't have to take it. You still don't have to take it. And if you're going to move right before he gets out of your reach, and now you decide to take it, that's fine. He provoked it 3 times. Each time. So that's just the way it works. It unfortunately also works the same thing for large creatures. As we can see, we've got a ogre. Ogre, 4 squares. Large creature, pretty common. It has a 10-foot reach naturally, which means all adjacent squares within 5 feet and 10 feet. So everything within that area he threatens, which means if you're charging the ogre and you're using a small dagger, well, you can't reach him yet, but he can reach you. You have moved into his threatened area, which generally does not mean you provoke an attack of opportunity unless you're running a specific build, usually with polearm. Now, when I decide to move up, that move is more than a 5-foot step. So if it was my movement action to move all the way up to him, when I move from here to here, I have moved as more than a 5-foot step inside of his threatened area. Provoke an attack of opportunity. So that's just how it works. It works with everything. Our current campaign, Mummy's Mask, they're using attacks of opportunity in spades. It's fantastic. A lot of threatened areas because of our polearm fighter and our rogue slayer. So teamwork fix everything. But that's how attacks of opportunity with that works. And there's always exceptions, but those are the rules. All right. The next one we're going to be going over is by Educational Sun 6341. This one is near and dear to my current campaign as well, and that is ways to get Slayer sneak attack damage. So there's a feat or a trick that you can take to give you an extra D6 sneak attack damage and stuff like that. I need to make a video on min-maxing sneak attack. But what they're specifically asking about is, how do you pull off sneak attack? They want feats and abilities that could make their Slayer sneak attack work aside from flanking or stealth. If you do not know, to sneak attack, you're going to need to hit the enemy, and they either need to be flat-footed or otherwise denied their dexterity bonus or flanked. We ran into this. My wife's current character is a rogue slayer, and she uses something outside of outflank and everything else she uses called gang up. Gang up is an excellent feat if you can pull it off. We use elephant in the room, so it's easier. But you are considered to be flanking if an opponent has at least 2 of your allies are threatening that opponent. So we have one character that is constantly mounted, so there's 2 right there. But another one of the characters is able to be within melee range from 10 feet away because he's our polearm guy. But this can be cheesed so many different ways. If you have familiars or pets, they don't even have to really be a danger. But gang up is an excellent way for you to get constant or almost constant sneak attack damage. Not just for first round, but other ways that you can get sneak attack damage that you're going to be able to actually use your sneak attack is conditions. You'll eventually be able to get there with your crit feats as well. But you're looking at paralyzing, holding, blinding individuals. Most of the time, that's going to give you a sneak attack. They are vulnerable in that way. Another one is fainting. I can't go into fainting as well, but you're using a charisma check or bluff skill to create the opportunity so that you can get that sneak attack in. It's going to require several feats to pay off, and you're going to build around it. If you want me to go an entire video on this, I can. Just leave comments below. You can also be hidden or invisible. Like they mentioned here, that's going to go with your stealth idea. And so you see it more often with sniper builds when they're pros at going invisible during combat. Less so much with melee. Usually they attempt to do the gang up and they attempt to do flanking. in all honesty. Another thing that you can do, and there's multiple ways to do this kind of stuff. There's ways to get sneak attack or certain special, I can't even remember what it is right now. But there's some exceptions to the rules that allow you to do it. Another way that we've used, don't let your players do this unless you just want to goof off, is use a ghost mask, which allows you to see through clouds and fog and vapor and mists and stuff like that. Just like this item, which is the Assault Spray Ring. Assault Spray Ring constantly puts a ring of mist around you, 10-foot radius, so no one can see through it. We use that in a campaign, and my character could see through mist as well. My wife's character was a ranged character, and she was a slayer, actually. And so she made a ranged slayer. And because the DM let us use this ring, she got sneak attack with all of her ranged attacks because you can't technically see it. So she was always hidden, so she always got her attacks. And I shot from behind her cloud as well, so most of the party had cover. It was pretty ridiculous. I don't really recommend it unless you just want to let them goof off because it's a pretty cheese way to get it. But that is one of your ways. If you've got any other ways that I can't think of at this late hour, then drop them in the comments below, and I may do a video specifically on sneak attack, all the ways you can do it, and maybe include fainting in there. So this next one's going to be near and dear to my heart, kind of, because I love kineticists. I don't know why, but I do. Doc Picky asks, kineticist spell-like ability, which it is, kinetic blast, under rage spell. So we're going to take a quick look at this. Rage spell, my druid has this, but rage spell works very much just like the rage ability for a barbarian, a couple other classes. You have this. Each affected creature gains whatever bonuses. That's not really the point. The effect otherwise is identical to the rage exception, and the subjects aren't fatigued at the end of it. So rage, like with the barbarian, increases your stats and all this kind of stuff, but you're not allowed to use any intelligence, charisma, or intelligence-based skills except, flying or ride, that kind of stuff. Your Unchained specifically states, if I remember, spellcasting is next as well. And so they're wanting to be able to use rage and their kinetic blast. They're probably wanting to use it with like a melee, like a kinetic whip or kinetic blade build or something. So they're trying to cheese it. Since it's a spell-like ability, while you are enraged, you can't do it, which is also a pretty cool thing if you have the ability to enrage another against their will, and maybe you can stop that caster. But regardless, there is a way to do it. So as a kineticist, you can take expanded metakinesis, select one of the following metamagic feats, spell, furious spell. So kineticist, metakinesis feature. So you're going to have to wait till, I believe, level 5 at least to be able to do this. Then you select one of the following, and you accept 1 point of burn. You alter your kinetic blast as if using the selected metakinetic feat. Okay, this is just like what you first get for expanding your spell and increasing your damage, but we can take furious spell. This should allow you to use your kinetic blast while enraged. So even furious spells that require emotional component, which kind of everything in the occult handbook, that's kind of what it went around with. Same thing with any psionic stuff. Can cast while enraged. So that's a way around it. That's an answer. It came pretty quick. In all honesty, everyone's pretty good about knowing the rules when it comes to that. But I thought it was interesting, and I love anytime someone's asking about kineticist. Just wish they'd gotten more love before they went to 2nd edition. Our next question involves another fun ability, which is going to be called your spell failure. This person specifically, Semper Virens 47, I don't know. Heavy and light shields and spellcasting. You need a free hand to cast a spell, of course. You can not do anything at all with your shield's hand if you're carrying a heavy or tower shield, and including temporary hold your weapon while your other hand casts a spell. The rule has always been bucklers or light shields for spellcasters. And if you're not used to that, usually, especially when you get more money, you're going to be using bucklers and light shields for your spellcasters. Bucklers, if you don't mind giving up. Well, let's take a look. Oh. Nope. There we are, shields. So buckler is 1 AC. Light shield is 1. No real reason not to go with a buckler. You can get a little more with that. You could even do a heavy steel shield. I'll get there. Some of you are ahead of me, but I'll get there if you really wanted to. But there's no real need for the investment when you can focus that on other things. But there are ways around it. If you want to make that like spellcaster that carries a shield, like that battle mage, you got that 5e feel for it, or maybe an old 3.5 build. Shield mage is a combat feat. It does allow you to decrease your shield, any shield, by 15%. Take a look at that chart again. That means you're pretty good for a +2 AC with a shield. So you can do it. That's cool. But that is a feat. You're not going to get a lot of those anyway. Now, claw hand shield is $8,000. It is a +2 mithril heavy shield. Mithril. That we need to think of because we're about to cover that too. It also has a special ability. Nope, where is it? Yeah. So you can use somatic components, cast a spell, as long as the arm holding this normally could do it without carrying the shield. So those are the 2 items that I can find real quick on it. But you don't mind giving up 1 AC and then enchanting it to +5. So you'll get +6 instead of +7. And I recommend, and what we always use a buckler, and you can use your mithril. The reason for this is it removes spell failure if you need it, and if you're not proficient, it also removes the check penalty, which means you can put this and provide AC. And legally, as long as you're not using that arm to attack with, you're good. So I've used, I think I'm using Darkleaf on my kineticist right now, actually. But Mithril is one of the go-tos, and it's just because Darkleaf and Mithril both, if I remember right, remove the check penalty that you have for your shield so that you can add that extra AC to your caster or your ranged character, like moi. But that is some ways around that pesky spell failure that some of y'all have to deal with. Either way, that's it for this Reddit raid. And if you want to see another one, or maybe you have some questions that I can put in the next one, in below. Otherwise, roll me some dice this week, guys. Welcome, adventure. I'm GM Goblin, your GM Goblin. And today, we're going to have another Reddit raid. So stick around with us as we go ahead and take a look at our first question that pops up. So this individual goes into a fairly long talk about being an undead character. They're doing the Dread Necromancer from 3.5. It is fantastic. I've talked about this class before. It is one of the classes that you could probably just hop right in to Pathfinder, in all honesty, from 3.5. And it is pretty great if you have a lot of undead. You basically have unlimited healing with this. It's pretty good. I talk about this in some of my other videos that I have from a few years ago when I go into necromancy real big. I go into occult necromancy and I go over everything from best classes really to play as a necromancer to what you're doing. So those videos are from a while back. They don't have a lot of views, so go give them a view, look at them. Remember to like, subscribe, and stick around for some more content that I produce. But on with this raid. This character mentions the Brewer's Guide to Undeath, which, if you don't know, there's a lot of good undead tips, feats, hints, all Pathfinder oriented, really. And so they go through a little bit of content, which is pretty good. There's several guides out there. If you want, I can make a video that is specifically undead and how to use them. But they talk about the problem of getting charmed or having someone use control undead, not just on them, which would be really bad, but also on their minions. And then if they both have control undead, who gets control? a lot of times when you have an effect established in Pathfinder, depending on the situation, it is going to either uphold the original effect or it's going to be taken over by the new effect if it's the same thing. So you're looking at a little bit of an argument with this, but some of your rules, I think, are going to be best with using the charisma option, which is going to be whenever you have two conflicting control spells. And you can do a search for this and you'll find it written multiple times. But if you have 2 levels of control undead, then I recommend having a challenge between each character for their charisma check. So you are rolling conflicting checks between them to see who exactly is going to be able to control the minion. I do recommend that if you have higher level control spells in comparison to, say, just a normal cleric effect, being able to take control of undead, I would recommend allowing the spell because it's the expenditure of resources. It's going to be taking over those individuals, and then your cleric can expend resources and their battle of wills can continue from that. But you have a few people that have mentioned pretty much the same thing when it comes down to it. But that's what I recommend whenever you have conflicting fights. Now, this is not going to mean that if you have control of an undead and someone casts, or a person, and someone confusion, they're just confused. It's a different kind of ability. It is going to be put on top. So even though you have control of them, when they act normally during confusion, you're fine. Otherwise, they're going to go by the confusion spell. And of course, I understand it's mind affecting and confusion, but you get the idea. It's the fact that that kind of spell coming on top is going to be in play along with the control of the undead or the control of the person and not negate it or remove it entirely. If you are a necromancer and you want to do something, you can always get something like, oops, go to the title, protection from evil. You get protection from evils on yourself and give yourself resistance to being charmed. And if you are an undead itself casting this, then I would also mean that would be for control of yourself or being controlled. Another thing that I would look at, being undead in Pathfinder is a little iffy sometimes with the rules. I like the Necropolitan rules from 3.5 in all honesty. The hit dice is the one thing that I would really change. That way you don't have a hit dice of 12 going to any class. But I would just use this template because in 3.5 it worked out pretty good. And it gives your player a little bit of resistance so that they don't feel too targeted. And the bonuses are only +2, which means they're still in line with what you're going to get for being an elf or a half elf or something. So that's what I recommend if you're going to run a undead character in your campaign, or one of your players is. Necropolitan is still pretty good, but there's multiple options for undead in Pathfinder. Our next question is going to be from Captain Pension, non-magical way to lock up magical users. This is something that, even though I play a lot of high magical campaigns, definitely something that you should think about as a GM, because in a world where anyone does not have magic and magic is present, they're going to think of ways to take care of casters. But specifically, most people in a campaign world are not casters. How would non-magical city watch arrest and contain spellcasters? Foundry having an alchemical, iron collar, or something like that. So he specifically mentions anti-magic field. Anti-magic field is a good way. It is expensive. It is also magical. But it would be a way that someone could have a field put in. You could definitely probably see this with a large city. Other ways to do it, dealing with it. Let's just go over gagging characters, binding their hands if they can't do any somatic components, anything like that. Taking their components if they are a wizard, because you have to have components. I was a real stickler a long time ago, especially when I did 3.5, and you had to have listed for every single spell that you had. When I played a caster, I had a list of if it was made into a ring or whatever it was, but I was very specific. But taking their components away, tying them up, gagging them, and blinding them, because most spells must have some kind of verbal component. A lot of spells have to have somatic components. And then spells have to have line of sight or the ability to perceive something in some way. And taking away any of those is going to drastically decrease the ability of your caster. Now, you want a couple other ways that you can deal with them, maybe as you have marshals going to arrest your very powerful casters. Anti-magic field. Perfect. It instantly is going to take your players down a huge notch because all their bonuses are gone. Your spellcasters, they're useless. And this is outside of doing something I do, which is going to be the Mage's Disjunction. I've done 2 of those at one time on my players. Hated me. It was hilarious, but they hated me. We're going to look at some other ways to do it besides anti-magic field and breaking their items entirely, which anti-magic field is great. If you're going just against casters, I think someone mentions it down here, but one thing that I've used quite a lot is Areas of Silence. You put it on a magic item, your marshals walk in, just like gagging them from a distance, your casters are going to be up a creek. Because there's a lot of things that they're going to be limited by because it takes out their verbal, unless they have enough levels and feats to increase the spell level of what they're casting and do nonverbal spells. Another thing you can do, grappling. You must make a concentration check while grappled 10, plus the CMB, which should be high if you're going to grapple them, plus spell level. My character in Mummy's Mask is a kineticist, and I specifically took, because I have a wall and I'm air, but because I have wall, I took grapple at our mid levels because I can make a wall and grapple all the casters that we see in a party. And so, as long as they're not immune to electricity, really high grapple checks or something. Thanks. But regardless, another thing you can do is something like Stunning Critical. Stunning Critical is going to at least stun them, usually for a round. And then, of course, you can add to it when you have multiple. My wife's character will probably never get this because I don't think she's going to get to 18, and she'd have to be 19 to use it unless it goes on a weapon. I guess she can use training for it. Maybe I'll tell her that if we're got enough time to prepare for the final fight in this campaign if we go to 18. But it's a great way to do stun. Stunning, they can't take an action. So they're going to be severely limited on the spells they can use. My wife has used this in our other campaigns, like when she played a monk, being able to stun your target. And this is, of course, when they were 17 through 20. But another thing is Style Strike. Where is it? There it is. Throat Crush. You get a sharp blow to a throat, and they have it. They can't speak for 1 round, which you could say that doesn't allow you to talk, but it specifically says Caster Croak Spellblight. So this is what the function does, which automatically gives them a 20% chance of failure. So even Karzog, which I believe she used it against Karzog, he's going to have a 20% chance of failure now. It doesn't matter what his stats are. You roll a percentile dice. It's an equalizer. It's fantastic. Spellblights, as we just mentioned, you can use it from Bestow Curse, Major Curse spells, things like that, witches. You can cast curses on them, give them a Spellblight, and they are instantly going to have a 20% mischance on all their spells. And then, of course, like I said, manacles and things, blindfolds, are great ways to control your wizards. I know I have players that say, well, magic fixes everything, and that's partially true. There's a lot of mundane ways that you can really screw with your casters. This next one's going to be looking at your non-magical healing. Now, most of us are always going to have some kind of healing character, or someone who can use a Wand of Cure Light Wounds, which is the most effective way to do healing, in all honesty, and probably the best resources unless you have extra slots that are free at the end of the day and you don't need them. But this person specifically uses a real-life event, them getting sick, to wondering about how you're going to heal yourself, or how players heal themselves without magic. And there are several pretty interesting ways. First, we're going to look at the healing rules for rest. And your downtime, 8 hours of rest, you get 1 HP per level per day, and 1 ability point damage for each affected ability score. Okay, that's common. Everyone knows that. If you spend a full day's resting in bed, you receive another 1 HP per day and ability score. So it's a great way for your characters to, especially if you're like me and sometimes you don't have the appropriate caster, because they love clerics, then it's a great way for you to be able to heal off that ability damage is usually what we have to use it for. But that is definitely one way. Healer Satchel is a great magical item, but it helps with your mundane skill for healing checks. Now, this adds some extra bonuses of so many times per day to adding your wisdom modifier, getting bonuses to your heal checks, allowing you to apply aid more often. But let's look at the heal skill check, and then we're going to be talking about what I really recommend for really large healing, and it'll save you some spell slots. So whenever you look at healing, the ability, you can look at drugs providing first aid, negative hit points. You can use it to become stable again. You can look at bleeding characters. You can provide long-term care. This kind of goes along with your full day of rest. And you treat wounds for a day or more. And then your heal check is successful. The patient recovers hit points or ability score points at twice the normal rate. So even if you're without magic or you're resource starved for some reason, maybe I did that to my characters, you have a character with a healing check, they get to have that ability to where they are dealing or taking care of their party members. And they really get that bedside manner thing where instead of them just getting 2 per level or 2 ability drain removed, then they can double it. And so long-term care is something that a lot of people really forget to look at when they look at it. Treat deadly wounds. This is using a healer's kit, normal healer's kit. And then when treating deadly wounds, you can restore hit points to a damaged creature. Treating deadly wounds restores 1 hit point per level of the creature. If you exceed the DC by 5 or more, add your wisdom modifier for this amount. Creature can only benefit from its deadly wounds being treated within 24 hours of being injured and never more than once per day. So the action time, 1 hour. This is normal. We're going to fix this. And then once per day. This is your normal rules. We're going to fix this. You also have obviously treating diseases, treat poison, healing skills. If a GM uses them, can really make a character feel like those skills that they have an impact. Don't even have to spend the resources for it. And they can get that, I am the taking care of the weak, or I am the provider of care, I am the doctor or nurse or whatever. Now, we're going to look at feat, which is going to help us with your healing skill, and specifically when it's treat deadly wounds. So, when you use a heal skill to treat deadly wounds as a full round action now, you do not take the penalty for not using a healer's kit. Okay. When treating deadly wounds this way, you can do so on a given creature more than once a day. When treating deadly wounds this way, if your result exceeds DC by 10 or more, add your ranks and knowledge of planes to the damage healed. These benefits do not apply to creatures that are not healed by positive energy. Number of times a day equal to your ranks in planes. So this is very common. We have multiple campaigns where we use this, where whatever your character is going to be your healing bot, whether they're actually a caster or not, they're going to be using planes, and they're going to be using heal and ranking them up. And it is preferable to have a character with a high wisdom or the ability to move that heal check from wisdom as a necessary stat. But this is our first feat. One of the next things we're going to be looking at is going to be your healer's incredible healer. This is going to require healer 5 rank, your heal in 5 ranks. When you use your deadly wounds, treating with your heal skill, target heals a number of hit points equal to either the result of your heal check or the normal amount, whichever is higher. So this is also going to be applied. It's going to be really good, especially at early levels whenever you get it, and it just increases from there. Another thing we're going to be looking at is going to be your skill unlocks. Now, these are going to be from the Unchained, and we're specifically, obviously, going to be looking at heal. Heal is going to, at different ranks, allow you, when you treat deadly wounds, obviously, recover more hit points and ability damage. Say if you've rested for long-term care, rested for 3 days, it is one of the things that you're going to want to take that is going to increase your ability, not only to increase the actual heal effect, but is going to allow you to get rid of any of your damage that they may be taken from ability damage. It is definitely something that we like to do. It's a great way to heal. I had a Oracle in my last up to 20 campaign, and she could heal like 500 plus damage just by having these skills. It was ridiculous. So all of her other spells got to do whatever she wanted, although most of the time I think she just left them. But regardless, another thing that you can do is we go. Acupuncture specialist. It's another feat. This is more if you want to do with curse descriptors, being able to use a heal check and remove single curses, things like that. In some campaigns, it's definitely going to be worth it. And then healing and repairing wounds. Heal is a class skill for you. You can use the treat deadly wounds aspect of heal one additional times per character per day. Now, this is going to be a inner gods kind of feat, and you have to be worshiping Thon Kuthon. But this is going to be a way for you at low levels to be able to get a little extra healing out of this and extend it, especially if you're in a low magic campaign. You're in a low magic campaign and you don't want to sit around for a week or more to heal up. I recommend going with Healer's Hand. You can spare the feats. I recommend going with Healer's Hand and Incredible Healer and Skill Unlock because it pays for itself in spades as you level up. It's fantastic. Either way, enjoy your game this week. I know I'm going to, and I'll see you around. If you're into video games, check out my other channel. I have just posted a few videos on there. Goblin Plays. The link should be in the description below.